You switched your mic switched to something.
Huh. Maybe I bumped the cable? I don't know. I'm not really sure why. It went off and then it came back on. That was weird. You hear me, right?
No, you're muted. You muted Jitsi.
That's weird. I didn't mute Jitsi. No, I must have bumped the cable because all of a sudden there was just nothing in OBS from my mic, and yeah, and Jitsi for some reason auto muted. I have no idea.
Yep, that's about how this goes.
But hey, it's working. So yay. And the world is better today. Or so I hear.
Ever so slightly.
Ooh, wait. And oh man, my green screen or my camera settings just wonked out again too. I'm starting to think I need to change this USB hub, because that may be part of the problem.
So I need to open the chat.
Oh, so anyway. How is everyone doing? It's been quite the week. It's been quite the day. The world has improved ever so slightly, or so I hear. Yeah, there is a lot of blank space on the right. I'm going to be reworking this layout a lot. It was thrown together really quickly a few streams back, and I haven't gotten around to changing it yet. But I keep putting it off because I'm trying to do something even nicer than just like pushing things out. But it's not there yet. Oh, though that being said, I did mean to switch back to that view, because we're not actually talking about the restricted network thing quite yet. I figured let's start with LG.
Yeah, I am gonna close all these tabs. I'll try doing all this later. Okay.
So the quick short version for
hold on. You can keep talking. My boom arm shut up, so I want to get that off my front porch.
Good idea.
So, yeah.
Corbin's going to be moving to a legitimate boom arm soon, kind of like I have.
I am. I'm gonna use the microphone I paid money for instead of just gamer headset mic.
Yeah, it's almost going to be like he cares.
Almost, not quite.
Yeah.
Cody doesn't pay me enough to care.
I do not. Well, that's okay, because Bezos doesn't pay me enough to care. But anyway.
Oh, this is like in one of those boxes that says what it is on the outside. That's great. Does anyone wanted to take my $99 arm?
Okay, but for what it's worth, if someone's going to steal a package and they see boom arm,
yeah, they'll
or
probably be like, what the hell
microphone
is this?
arm, yeah, they're going to be like, nah, we don't want this. That's almost protection against theft.
Yeah, that's a good. I feel like that's a good idea for a startup. Is like, we will repackage your boxes in like the most boring product category possible. Like, you'll just get something from Amazon and it'll be like, oh, here's your 500 count printer paper.
Okay, I was gonna suggest instead you don't repackage it. You just sell boxes that say there's something completely different, and
and then use that for shipping.
Yeah, and always something completely mundane and boring. Perfect example. Blank DVDs. Just
no one will steal those.
Yeah, a box that says blank DVDs. People will be like, what decade is this? I was actually cleaning my office sort of. I was attempting to clean my office. I failed miserably, but I was going through stuff and I came across a tower of like DVD spindles, and I'm just looking at it like I don't want to go through any of these, but at the same time I know I don't want to throw them away. And then I started thinking, crap, the only way I can go through these is going to the one laptop that still has a working DVD drive and spending God knows how many hours on that. And that laptop is, I think, probably now 10 years old, maybe 9.
My webcam is not straight. Okay, that's great. Anyway, here's my here's the box for the I'm gonna do a live unboxing.
Oh.
While my dog does something. I don't know what she's doing. Daisy, you okay? No, she's not. She's fine. Okay. Oh, that fell over.
Okay, I just made you full screen, so you're front and center, bud.
Corbin struggles to open boxes. Okay.
It's normal.
This is the instructions. Okay, there we go.
It's always great that they peddle instructions with those boxes. Cecil Donna, he is unboxing a mic arm, kind of like what I use.
Oh, my dogs are very scared. They don't like the loud noises. I'm sorry. You guys want to go? Okay, they're fine. They'll take focus. Ooh, this is pretty chunk.
They're usually not tiny, though.
This direction only.
That one does look a little. Okay. Oh, good. Yours came out straightened.
Yeah, you were warning me about the self-detonating bomb that some other arms are.
Oh yeah. No. When the box mine came in, the arm was folded, which makes a lot of sense for it. But yeah, as I pulled it out of the box and removed the plastic or whatever was wrapped around it, yeah, the arm just it immediately tried to extend and damn near clocked. I think it was either me in the face or nearly hit something else. I forget what, but yeah, it was a real close one.
Okay, so yeah, here's the adapter for the different threads you were talking about.
Yep.
So that's on there. So where does the the cable goes in the back there? Okay, I was trying to figure out, like, it said cable management. I don't know where you put the cable in. Okay, so it looks like, oh, this is a
tension screw.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, okay, I guess I'll have to figure this out later. Yeah, so it looks like I just put it over there. Where's the? Okay, this is the mounting thing. this bad boy. So I get to try to put this behind my desk.
You're being mocked for your unboxing skills.
I'm sorry. I mean, to be fair, it's just a really big box, and it's about the most boring thing I can take out of said box. So, okay.
Oh, come on, that's not true. An LG phone is way more boring.
Oh, that's a good Remember when we tried to do transitions?
Oh, it's not just that I remember it. I remember when we had to do bad transitions.
Most of them were bad. Yeah, there's only so much material you can do.
Well, we didn't write a lot of ours. Just saying.
Okay, so that's how that goes on. But there's no, like.
Oh, no, it's supposed to.
Weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's the same way. It's a base that screws in, and then you just slide the metal shaft into the. It's gonna get dirtier the more I talk.
So I can't, like. Okay.
once you get the mic on there, that'll, trust me, you'll feel a lot better about setting that tension.
Okay. Yeah. So this seems like very rigid, and it'd be difficult to move the mic at all. But
Yeah, wait until you've got the weight of a
Okay.
Yeti on there. Because
Yeah.
trust me, the Yeti is one of the heaviest microphones in the
it is a
industry.
chonker. I could definitely kill someone with it.
Oh,
if I
easily.
needed to.
I kind of thought that was the intention of it.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I thought the same thing when I got this mic arm. My immediate thought was, holy crap, I this might actually be too strong for the Yeti. Once I got the Yeti on, it's like, oh, never mind. Especially when you add this, the big Halo shock mount thing. This thing also weighs, it's pretty hefty. I mean, this is fairly thick metal, and it's 3 solid rings of it. Plus a fairly chunk metal base.
Yeah. Amazon says I'm getting the shock mount on Saturday, I think. So. Yeah. Good times. Yeah. So LG's maybe done making phones. It's probably for the best.
Back to the elegant transition. Yeah, no, so how confirmed is this? I didn't see anything after I went to bed. Oh, what, like
there was
5 this morning?
there was a couple developments in this. I think XDA wrote the newest coverage of this, so they kind of have everything. So I'll just read from them. They said, last week, Korean publication The Elect published an article claiming LG notified its employees that it was shutting down its smartphone business that previously included halting development on the company's rollable smartphone, obviously. However, LG's head of global corporate communications told XDA that the rumor was, quote, definitely untrue, quote, but now it appears the rumor had some truth in it.
Yeah, and they gave AP the same statement, though a little more enthusiastic when or the wording Ken gave us was a little more enthusiastic.
Yeah, so there were some memos leaked that said there would be a major change coming to its smartphone business. And an unnamed LG official told one Korean news agency that LG is considering all options, including a sale, withdrawal, or downsizing of its smartphone business. So, not good in any case. Like, I don't think the big reveal here is that LG is going to massively spin up phone production. It's going to be, they're going to maybe only make 1 or 2 phones, or make nothing, or contract out their name to ODMs and let them do everything, like Austin said.
Yeah, so the thing that gets me, and this morning we were having a lot of conversations about this in AP, and one of the things I brought up is we've heard about this sort of thing for years. People have been theorizing LG is going to pull out of smartphones for, I'd say, the last 5 years, maybe longer. And with good reason. LG has not been making money. They've consistently treated this as a loss leader. And despite the fact that they keep pouring money into it, they just don't seem to be making any forward momentum. And the only thing it's really been is a place for them to justify doing a basically research work for components. And I think that's honestly where LG was making its only money, is they were making components and selling them to other companies, but their own smartphones were just failing.
Yeah. Someone asked is that the OnePlus band I'm wearing? No, this is the Galaxy Fit 2 that I got a while back, and I talked a little about it on an older Cody stream. But yeah, no, like, this isn't even the first time that LG's sort of winded down. A couple years ago, I bet I could find it. 1 or 2 years ago, they wrote that they were gonna trim down their smartphone line, or I don't know if they said it, but then they started doing that thing that HTC was doing around the time it started pulling out of the US and other markets, where instead of making a new phone, they just kept making slight revisions to their existing phones. So that's when LG made like the G7 Fit or something like that. I think they made a couple versions of the G8 as well. The moves that are a lot cheaper for R&D than making a completely new device. But yeah, no, I mean, again, this has been going on for years. LG just, they don't really have any they don't have any selling points. Like, there's no compelling reason really to buy LG phones. They don't have the best screens. They don't have the best software. They've continuously failed to deliver software updates. And like, we know generally that a lot of people don't care about that, but it is something that could set them apart, especially now that companies like HMD Global / Nokia are falling behind. Motorola's falling even farther behind. So that could have been something, maybe, that could get them some good word of mouth. They've tried to chase Samsung for so long, and they've never created an argument for why to buy an LG phone, besides if it's cheaper. Which is why they sell a lot of phones in like prepaid carriers here. Like, I just reviewed the I think I put it in my closet, but I just reviewed an LG phone that's on it's going to be on a couple of prepaid carriers in the US. But yeah, like the only thing I ever see people falling head over heels for them anymore is the headphone jack and the audio deck they have set up in there. But I don't think people care enough for that to be a selling point. Like, it's good. Like, I wish every flagship phone still had a headphone jack, because I still want to use wired audio sometimes. But I'm sure Samsung did the numbers when the S20 or whatever it was that they dropped the jack. I think it was the S20. I'm sure they ran the numbers and said a tiny fraction of people care about this, and we can save money on manufacturing. So it's clearly not something that like the mass public is begging for back, or else he's selling so many of those phones, and Apple wouldn't be selling so many phones.
Yeah. And, if people really cared enough about those types of features, honestly, HTC would have been doing better. Because that was one of the things they were all about, is let's pick kind of the stuff on the side that people love, they do, but not enough that it makes the difference.
Yeah, and Austin brought up another point where it's not necessarily about smartphones anymore. It's about the ecosystem around it. And again, that's something that Samsung has been building up over the past decade. That's something Apple has been doing. Google has tried to do a little bit of that cross-device integration. And yet LG doesn't have that much of an ecosystem around it. They don't make a whole lot of accessories to the degree that Samsung does. At least I'm aware of. Maybe they make more stuff in Korea that I haven't heard of, but again, like that's been one strong point for Samsung, is that they're sort of their own ecosystem, and LG just isn't there. Partially because they've never had the minimum viable audience to buy all that stuff to keep it viable and to make them money. Of course, they have sort of their own smart home ecosystem with all the appliances they sell, but it's not quite there.
Yeah, and those appliances, I don't want to say very few people are getting them, but they're making sort of upscale appliances that a lot of people aren't going to just be picking up casually. It's a very different thing than your typical smart home. Like, let's get a couple of Google Homes, and maybe we'll put in some smart door locks. This is
like you don't go to like Home Depot and think, you know what? I'm feeling a new washer and dryer today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not in the average person's home.
No.
But yeah, I feel like, and I've said this in the past. In fact, this would almost be like the drop quote for LG. I've always thought of LG as the company that wanted to make it's a company that wants to be a smartphone company, not a smartphone company that's going to actually make things for people. Like, it's a vanity thing more than a real product path. And that's not a good direction to go.
Yeah. And again, like, I'm not like sitting here like, haha, stupid LG can't make phones, dumbass, stop making phones. Because it's like, I'd love more competition. And LG has proven occasionally that they can make good hardware, but usually, at least in the US, they price it wrong. And again, they've never had like the brand recognition that Samsung or Google, Samsung and Apple have. More competition would be nice, and again, occasionally they've shown that they can make something unique or different, but those are very few and far in between. Again, I'd love more competition, but LG has not been competition for a long time.
No.
I maintain that. I know, Cody, you know this, but I'm just saying it's. I maintain the security update tracker for AP, where we look at how long it takes a given phone to get security updates, and LG is consistently at the bottom, or kind of near the bottom.
I was gonna say, I think there's a few worse, but yeah, they're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny actually is OnePlus is below LG in this right now.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the the Discord. There we go. Yeah, right now, the LG's newest phone, the Velvet, is at a 7.5 because it hasn't been out that long. But it is ahead of every single OnePlus phone. But again, that tracks security updates, not like OS upgrades, which is usually where LG has really suffered.
Yeah, and so I don't want to come down too hard on LG here, but I feel like in the last few years they've really kind of done the same thing Sony has, which is they're putting out phones that are, I'm not going to say they're bad, but they're putting out phones that are driven more by what do we have lying around that we could throw into a phone, rather than building phones that I think that they intend for people to buy. And judging by this kind of possible path that they might be taking, where it seems that they're interested possibly in releasing that what were they calling it, a rolling phone. It seems like, don't get me wrong, I think that actually could be a very neat product, but they're releasing if they release that, or if they keep that as like their only phone going forward, what strikes
that's not going to help them at all.
Well, sure, it's not going to help them, but what strikes me is it seems like, here's some technology we developed, make a phone with it. And in a sense, that's, like I said, kind of like what Sony has done, where they happen to develop some new camera sensors, and they're like, all right, this is what we have, make a phone with it. And that's great, because you end up with something that might be a little bit unique, a little bit interesting, and higher usability for a specific narrow audience, but you're not really making something that can be a mass market product. And when that's happening, it's not hard to understand why they're not really selling phones at this state.
No. Austin said, I want Xiaomi to buy LG US, but that's a long shot. That's not, well, Xiaomi just got banned from trading, or with banned U.S. companies from investing in Xiaomi, so I don't believe they're going to enter the U.S. anytime soon. Not that they were already, but
Okay, so to that point, first off, we don't know how long some of these bans are going to last. I mean, literally just today, a little tiny news item occurred. We don't know how international situations are going to last. Just saying, the entity list might get a lot shorter all of a sudden. We really can't be sure about any of it.
well, even before then, like Xiaomi's never cared to sell phones over here, and like I think even if Xiaomi did come to the U.S. at some point, I don't think their phones would be as ludicrously cheap here as they are
No.
in other places. Yeah, which again is like I don't really get the excitement for Xiaomi stuff over here because they're gonna price it higher because we're Americans and we're used to overpaying for smartphones, and Xiaomi software it's not good. It's never really been good, especially on their lower end stuff in India where they subsidize their phones with just an enormous amount of ads and recommended content and that stuff.
Yeah. I agree on the point of price. I'm inclined to say I wouldn't be surprised if some Asian manufacturer, I guess I shouldn't say Asian, will go straight to Chinese. I wouldn't be surprised if some Chinese manufacturer does try to pick up LG US, because Huawei wants to be in the US. Obviously, they're on the entity list, and so they've been screwed over. Xiaomi's in a similar situation. I don't doubt for a second Xiaomi would like to deal in the US. I think they've just been so cagey and cautious about it. In fact, I forget what it was, but there were rumors, I want to say it was about 2 years ago, that Xiaomi was intending on entering the US. Maybe it was 3 years ago. And it entirely because they saw so much of the current affairs were against that they basically backed off. They were developing some kind of product that was largely intended to come here, and then it just never did because the more they do to attract attention, the more likely they were to get banned, which, go figure, that happened anyway. But
Yeah. And they sell a couple things in the U.S. already, just not phones.
yeah.
I think Roborock is owned by them. You can buy those vacuums here. They had their really low-end Android TV that's in like every Walmart. Austin said they had a US Android One phone. Did they?
I think so. Though I don't remember too many Android One phones even being in the US, but I remember there being an Android One phone from them.
Yeah, they had the Mi I forgot what they're called. I reviewed the the Mi A series, like they had the Mi A1, A2, but those were never sold in the US officially.
I still wouldn't be surprised if they had one that maybe it wasn't sold wide scale. It was called the Mi A2.
There was the Mi A2, but it wasn't sold in the US as far as I know. I did get one to review. Xiaomi PR sent me one, but it wasn't like sold here.
Is it possible that part of me thinks that maybe it got sold as like a blister pack special out of Walmart or something. Your typical burner phone. I'm not saying it was, just it doesn't have to be sold by a carrier. It could have still been sold in other places, or maybe they were Amazon Direct.
I think maybe people are confusing like resellers having them in the US, because like you can go on Amazon and Newegg in the US and buy Xiaomi stuff, but it's going to be through third-party sellers.
But that is still being okay.
They're being imported. They're being imported, not like
aftermarket imports versus. But the thing is, Amazon does carry a lot of phones that are actually coming straight from the companies. Or they used to. I don't know if they still do. See, I'm just thinking this is probably one of those things where Xiaomi might have made some stock available. Maybe they weren't pushing it that hard, but they could have made stock available, and it still would have been legitimately sold in the US, just not forcefully. it doesn't matter. But regardless, and B-Sliden brought up that anybody who bought the LG US would have to keep the LG brand name, and I completely agree with that. Which I also bring up Motorola. Motorola is literally the perfect example of this. Lenovo, a Chinese company, bought Motorola because honestly they wanted the brand cachet that you get out of having that name, and they kept it.
LG, like, I know LG's brand name would be better than basically any Chinese brand to most Americans, but I wonder, like, how valuable is it really? Like, how many people read LG and they're like, oh hey, I like them. Maybe if you bought like their like appliances and stuff, I don't know. Like,
So,
it occupies the same space in my brain as like Kroger. Like, I'm aware they exist, you know, they're fine. I have no, you know, strong feelings against Kroger, but like I don't have any like, wow, I really love them moments with Kroger.
okay, no, I definitely give you that. I think inside of US versus outside of US does factor in there.
Yeah, maybe other countries have more of an affinity. Like, I bet, like, if they let someone else in South Korea make LG phones, those maybe that would do better.
Oh yeah, that's plausible. Either way though, I will say I think LG, if they can somehow arrange to keep that name on it, and that is probably the biggest challenge, because if you're buying LG's smartphone division, honestly, I feel like LG's gonna be the main company, which has still got their brand on a couple thousand other products. They're probably gonna be like, yeah, you can't use our name, and that's gonna be the big weak point in any sales agreement, because that's all anyone's really going to want to buy that company for is the brand name. That and having existing US distribution. The other possibility is, and I could kind of see this being a real possibility, LG is saying that they're looking into all possibilities. I wonder if one of those possibilities is, hey, like it kind of an ODM situation, kind of your what is it, BlackBerry, and was it TCL? Was that the company they were working with?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that, where it's, we'll put our name on it, we will provide some software and a couple of other things, and everything happens under our names. But yeah, we'll farm this out to whatever Chinese company wants to do this, if it's Xiaomi or Huawei or whoever. That way you get your phones into this market, we get to keep our name on it, we get to keep making some money off of this, and it's costing us next to nothing.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, like, maybe they would still partially sell maybe a partial stock in their smartphone business, and that way, you know, it's some shared responsibility, they're making some money off of it. And that way the Chinese companies also get the advantage of using US distribution channels, which LG does have. That's, I mean, aside from the brand name, that's probably the most valuable thing LG's smartphone business has.
Yeah. If this was happening like a year ago, I would have said for sure TCL would definitely buy up the remains of LG's brand and make smartphones under it. But they don't seem that interested anymore. Because they stopped with the BlackBerry phones, and they only made the one-off Palm phone. Or I think there might have been a second one, but that was I don't think that sold at all how they wanted it to. So yeah, I don't know who would be interested in doing that. Maybe Xiaomi. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I know probably with everything being what it is right now, I don't know what the difference in opinion would be between someone going into like a T-Mobile store and seeing a phone that says Xiaomi versus a phone that says LG. The LG would probably scare off fewer people. But I don't know, because Xiaomi also has like this really rabid fan base in other markets. So I bet if, when someone looks up how is this Xiaomi phone, they might get a lot of positive feedback.
Okay,
I don't know.
let me frame it a little differently. Let's say that let's say that I'm walking, I'm down at Google I/O. I'm walking around doing my thing. My phone falls out of my pocket, gets lost or stolen, whatever. I have to go to a store and go buy something right now. In that scenario, I imagine I'm probably not really looking at either of these phones, but let's say that I was willing to. Xiaomi would be a decent option there, and I bet plenty of other people in the area probably would have bought one. Now, let's say that I'm working on a Marvel movie and I'm in Georgia. Now, let me go to a cell phone store. What device do you think is selling? Do you catch my drift on this?
Yeah, no, that's what I meant like earlier. Like I'm pretty sure there'd be a big chunk of people who would see an Asian name on phone and be like, I don't know about this.
Well, not Asian, Chinese. Because,
yeah.
I mean, South Korean is... both of these are Asian, but one of them is the okay Asian, the other one's the bad, scary Asian.
The okay, yeah. We like the Asians that make the game consoles, not the other ones. Yeah.
Yeah, Austin. Okay, I agree. I was just trying to figure out some way to put myself in California without immediately saying California. But yeah, if you're in one of the deep red states, a company that is known to exist in China is going to be a lot scarier to them than if you're in one of the blue states. And there's no denying it has been deeply politicized. So, I have a feeling that this is a thing that's going to last for at least a few more years. No matter what happens with the entity list, no matter what happens anywhere, there are going to be so many people who just automatically treat any Chinese brand as inherently scary and evil. And that's a side effect of the last few years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. Again, LG's so weird because like their other divisions are fine. It's just they can't sell smartphones at all. And unless they're at like the very bottom barrel entry level phones. Like I just reviewed that LG K22 phone. That's like $70 and it's fine.
Yeah, and I'm
sure
it does baffle
like it will
me.
never get an Android OS update, but for the moment it's fine.
It does baffle me because you've got LG TVs killing it. I mean, they're not the biggest seller in the market. I think Samsung is still the leader there, but we're talking about a difference where in the TV market, Samsung and LG are remaining not neck and neck, but I think it's not a big lead. Like in a year or two, it wouldn't even be that weird if LG took the lead. And Sony's in that list, and there are several other TV makers, and they all are keeping pretty good competitive numbers, and they're all making money. Whereas you look at, and the same is true in appliances, and the same is true in a few other spaces. LG is making good money on a lot of their divisions. And then you look at smartphones, and somehow that's just a runaway success for Samsung and a disastrous failure for LG. Yeah. So it is such a weird dynamic to see that stay like this for so long. And even when LG comes out with objectively a lot of bad phones, but also some decent phones that just weren't going to sell.
Yeah. Did we talk about the S21 phones? Those came out when were those announced? Or was it?
I do remember talking about the leaks.
Oh,
last
okay,
week.
Yeah, because I think that was like the day before they were getting announced, I think. Let me see, when was so they came out on the 14th. So
Yep,
yeah, that
Thursday.
would have been Thursday. Okay, all right. So yeah, we can talk about S21 stuff. Whoa, I know Cody loves talking about Samsung phones. He has great experiences with Samsung phones.
I mean, I don't hate Samsung.
Uh-huh.
Samsung being the biggest there is makes it easy to make fun of. No denying that sometimes, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't hate
Well,
Samsung.
I'll put the link to AP's announcement for the S21 in the Discord, and maybe you can mirror it to the YouTube, because I'm still banned from posting links in YouTube.
You're not banned. You're just not allowed.
Okay. Is this like smoking weed? Like, well, it's not totally, but
I just haven't looked into how to set that up yet.
haven't legalized posting links in the YouTube. Yeah, make me a mod, Cody. I demand mod powers. So yeah, everyone, this was a little bit of an interesting announcement. Usually I don't care about these year-over-year upgrades, especially I bought my S20 like halfway through last year with the intention of keeping it for a long time, because I just like I'd come off a string of OnePlus phones that didn't work and also were ginormous, and I was like, you know what, I kind of just want a nice stable phone, and the S20 had worked for that, but I did was interested in this because Samsung basically did everything I wanted them to do this time around. So I don't like how the camera blob is getting bigger. That's it's ugly. I think it's worse now. I liked it best on the S10, where they had the camera ray like in the top centered, so when you put the phone on the table, it didn't like bobble. It was perfectly. It was balanced. But,
Okay.
You know, now they're just moving closer to the end.
So I wasn't really gonna dig too deep into the big the. At this point, I don't even know what I want to call it. It's not a camera bump anymore. This is like this is like a full appendage. But I will
the camera
say,
mound.
Yeah, the camera hill
fortress. Yeah.
The camera facility. Camera base. I don't know. Anyway, at this point, I gotta say, I think if you're going to make it this large, it probably should be not just centered, but maybe actually move it down to the like further down the phone too. Because I don't know, I can't explain it, but at this point, I don't want it taking up that space on the edges. And I kind of don't even want it where your fingers are going to land if you're holding the phone in landscape.
Again, that's why I liked it on the S10, where it was like centered in the middle, because like wherever you grab the phone from, like you're not getting your grubby fingers all over the lens. Okay,
yeah, I'd forgotten where it was on that phone, but you're right. The picture I had in my mind was actually, I think it was Motorola that had the circle camera module.
Oh yeah,
the happy face.
They did that for like the Z phones,
something like that. Yeah, but the happy face, that's that. You know what? People mocked it. I thought it was great. I mean, yes, the happy face itself looked silly, but it was. It's
out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah, if you just rearrange where the holes for the cameras are, like, it doesn't have to look like a smiley face. It can look perfectly decent, but
and it looks so ridiculous on the S21 Ultra. Like when you look in that phone, it's hilarious. It's like they looked at Huawei and was like, can we make it more silly looking? But yeah, so yeah, the S21, the whole lineup's kind of interesting because you can tell Samsung changed some plans around after they couldn't sell as many S20s as they wanted to, because the S20 line last year didn't sell all that well. Like, it's still like top selling flagship Android smartphone, but they didn't sell as many of them as they did the S10 and so on. Probably because fewer people had hundreds of dollars to blow in the past year. But also, you can tell their perspective changed a little bit after the S20 Fan Edition came out, and that got great reviews, and I'm sure that's probably sold really well, especially after they discounted it to, like, I think in the US it went as low as $550, which is kind of crazy for flagship chipset and everything. Again, goes back to the point, like, why buy? Like, I know there were at least a couple phones that, like, we looked at, or I specifically looked at in the latter half of last year, and my conclusion was always like, why buy this when this phone exists over here and it's got better parts in it. So yeah, you can tell they changed their strategy a little bit with the S21 series. So the base S21 and the S21 Plus have flat screens. Yes.
Thank God.
That, I'm not even kidding. This is the main reason why I ordered an S21. It's just because like I finally had to take off the factory screen protector that came on my S20, and I've tried buying like 3 more, and none of them fit properly because of the curved screen. And so I flat screen, please. I'm sick of this nonsense. The S21 and I think the Plus have plastic backs. So again, no glass. Yes, I am team matte plastic phones. That's great. I was hoping that would make the phone lighter, but I checked GSM Arena and the S21 is actually slightly heavier than my S20. I think maybe they put a bigger battery in it, or the camera's way more or something, but anyway. And then the S21 Ultra, it's still curved screen and glass finish and everything. And it also supports the S Pen, which is slightly interesting. But
Slightly.
The pen doesn't go in the phone, so you have to buy it separately, as far as I know, and then you have to buy one of the cases with like a slot for it, and all the cases look ridiculous.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm less bothered by the look of the cases and more they thought the smart thing to do was make the pin slot into the side, like well, I have the picture up on the stream, but they want the pin slotting in on the side fully, not into like a tiny little hole where the pin is mostly protected, but into the side gap that honestly it looks to me like one light bump and the pin probably pops out.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I hate
and this looks a lot like the case Samsung made for the Tab S6 Lite, which comes with an S Pen and it like attaches on the back, but because the Samsung designed the case so that when you put the tablet in the case, it does actually. Hold on, I have it. I can just grab it instead of trying to explain this like a crazy person. Okay, this was actually a really nice tablet. I reviewed this last year, I think. Okay, so here's the Tab S6 Lite, and normally the S Pen, this doesn't actually have like a hole for the S Pen, or not a hole, but like an indent on the back like the older tablets. So you have to put it on the side. Where's the magnet? There's the magnet. So like that. But then with this, with the case they made for it, you put the tablet in, and then they have this little indent here for the pen, so it goes like that. So
That's
basically the
neat.
same thing as that yeah, so it's not bad. Again, I think that's where they probably got the inspiration for the S21 case. But yeah, no, that doesn't really look safe in there. And again, I don't know how much they're charging for the S Pen. I kind of want to. I want to look and see. I didn't look at buying the Ultra at all because I don't need all that, and I don't need a.
B-Slido says the case comes with a pin, which that's, I guess, kind of a nice perk, assuming the cases aren't overly priced.
Okay, yeah. So here we go. S Pen. The S Pen is $40 on by itself. So let me see what the
B-Slido's for 70.
Okay, yeah. So they've got the S View cover, which is like their like book flip wallet open case, and then they've got the silicone cover. The View cover is $90, and it comes with the pen, and the silicone case is $70. So I'll link the page where they have links to all that in the Discord. But yeah, that is pricey.
Yeah, if they didn't come with the pin, that would be ridiculous. Obviously, the fact that they're coming with the S Pen is nice, but yeah, I could still see that being a bit off-putting to people. I really wish, this is one of those times, and I've said this so much. I really wish, and not just Samsung, I wish all companies would do this. I want them to work with case manufacturers, not just to give them specs for a case, but to actually make cases that are, dare I say, literally designed for a phone. You know what?
Yeah.
If I was buying one of these phones, which I gotta admit, as I think about the trade-in options and the fact that you can
we're gonna get to that.
Yeah, but just to take from like an earlier conversation in here, Austin pointed out they're giving $700 for an S10e, and you can get those dirt cheap from Walmart. You know what, all I can think is it is tempting to get to do the trade-in hoops to get an S21, and on that point, if I was getting one of these, I'd gladly pay like an extra, let's say 10 or 20 bucks if I could go to who is that case manufacturer?
Speaking.
No, definitely not them. Bellroy.
Okay.
I'd love to be able to go to Bellroy. I was gonna say, like, if this were 2 years ago, I would have said Moment, but I feel like Moment's kind of gotten a little too caught up in their eco cases.
Yeah. That I have theirs case for my S20, and it's not that good. Also, I don't have it on all the time because it's like too thick on the bottom, and I can't put my phone in my dock with it on. So.
But yeah, so, and I like some of their cases that they're more, like I said, their more recent ones are a little too much, the eco cases. Anyway,
I will say before you get on that, with the S21, they do give you $200 instant credit for accessories. So if you're buying this phone,
yeah, you can get an S Pen right away.
Yeah, you can get the S Pen, you can get all the cases, whatever.
So, but yeah, what I'd like to be able to do is go to, again, I'll use Bellroy as the example. I want to go to them and say, and have the knowledge that they've got a case that is so specifically designed for this phone. Like, it is a nicely designed case. It has a spot for the S Pen. It is designed to cover this specific phone, not just fits it, but actually designed for it. And I feel like there's a big difference there. And then, like, every year or two, switch which case maker you have doing your designs, and maybe work with 2 or 3 of them. I think they would be happy with this too.
So you're proposing like a Nexus program
Basically,
for
yeah.
cases. Yeah, just keep swapping between them,
And
see who does it best.
and it, yeah, and you
One,
know,
one of
if
the
one
cases might boot loop once or twice.
yeah. But, you know, if one company is consistently producing great cases and it's one of the favorites, you keep them year after year. But then if someone else isn't, you go find someone else and invite them to do this. It doesn't seem like the biggest, most challenging thing in the world, and yeah, you're picking winners, but at the same time you're improving the quality of your brand by making sure that there are really top tier cases available to go with your phones.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never tried Samsung's first party cases. I'm getting some with my S20. But I've heard mixed things about them. Um, but yeah, so we can switch to why I bought an S21, which is the batshit insane trade-in values that they're giving for every phone under the sun. I wrote a compiled version of what like everyone will give you for trading in when you buy one of the S21 phones. I'll put that in RambleCast. This is annoying to write because I had to click through all the stupid drop-down menus that every carrier and website has. But yeah, so when you buy straight from Samsung, they'll give, if you have any S20 phone or any Note 20, they'll give you $700 for that, which isn't as great of a value if like you bought like the Note 20 Ultra or the S20 Ultra, whatever. But it's perfect sweet spot for me because I bought the baby S20 for like $800, I think I paid about. And so I could trade that in and upgrade to the S21 for $99, and it's actually $95 because there's a little bit of an educational discount even on top of that. So that's what I did, and of course when you, on top of buying from the S21, they give you the $100 for accessories. So I picked out a couple cases and like one of their fast chargers, because like I can always use more fast chargers for testing phones for work. So I did order all that. So that's why I got the S21, because it's $100, and it's like, well, you know, if I keep this around, like it's a depreciating asset, whether I use it or not. So it's like, well, pay $100, like I'm gonna use the phone definitely for at least a few months out of the year when I'm not having to review something else, and when I want to resell it, it's worth more.
That's the thing I was about to really hit on. Is I think, or to me, it's a little bit less about necessarily getting the most value or the cheapest price now, but the mere fact is, in a year, the S21 is definitely going to be worth more than the S20. It purely on the basis that it has another year of updates. Yeah. It doesn't even have to be a better phone, and it wouldn't even have to cost more. It just there's an automatic fall off after 2 years that prices just plummet on the value of a phone because your update schedule basically goes to hell. And it's not to say that there aren't plenty of people who would still buy a phone that's 2 years or even older, but you know,
you're not going to get as much.
Yeah, well, and or even more to the point, you have fewer people who are going to be willing to buy it at that point.
Right. Yeah. So Samsung's giving $700 for any like past gen S or Note phone, but just like with the S20 launch, and I think they maybe did this for the S10 too, the kind of insane values are for like the older phones where even if you sold it yourself on eBay or Swapper or something, you're not gonna get anything close to what Samsung will give. Mm-hmm. Like they're giving like if you have any S10 phone, $550, including the S10e, which was retailing for like $450 at one point before it was finally discontinued. S20 FE $550. If you have an S9 or an S9 Plus, it's $350. They'll even still take like an S8. I think that they'll take older phones, but I eventually gave up typing all these in because Samsung's website was being annoying. But yeah, if you have a Samsung phone, they'll give you a lot for it. They have some trade-ins for Google phones, but it's not worth it at all. They're not taking Pixel 5s or the 4A series, and they'll only give you $350 for a Pixel 4, which you can probably get more by selling yourself.
Austin brought up that the Pixel valuation after a year for the Pixel 4 XL is $240, which I have a feeling that's on the low end, but still, let's be honest, it was probably the least popular Pixel phone to have ever come out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and the 4A, when it came out, so many people were basically yelling and screaming that it was just as good or arguably better than the Pixel 4. The Pixel 4 got
the
screwed.
Pixel 5.
Huh?
They've been saying that about the Pixel 5, that the 4A and the 4A 5G were better phones.
Yeah, and to be fair, the Pixel 5, man, even I skipped that, and that's saying something. But yeah, I think the Pixel 4 got screwed so hard.
So that's just what Samsung will give you, and of course, whenever you buy it, you get at least $100 in accessory credit, so you can go buy whatever you want. So I ended up buying like the phone, like 4 cases and a charger, and of course they give me another couple months of YouTube Premium, so I can put off paying for it myself even farther. And I'm only paying like $95 for it. I'm not quite sure how Samsung makes money in that situation. Maybe if like they get me to do this every year, then they come out ahead. I
was going to bring up that angle of it. That's, I think, a big part of what's happening. Well, okay, I think there's a lot of stuff happening this year, and I think there's a lot of stuff happening in the long term. In the long-term sense, I think Samsung does want to get people into sort of the habit of just basically upgrade your phone every year by selling your old one back to them. And if they keep you in that loop, like, here's the thing, right now, I would love to get an S21. I don't even like the S series, and I'd like to get an S21 because it would be kind of nice to have a phone that for just like $100 or $200 every year, I can just upgrade to the latest model. That would be a fantastic arrangement. And that's way better than any of those upgrade programs that carriers have, because those things are not usually good deals. But if,
No, they come with a lot of asterisks, and you can't.
And mandatory coverage and contract deals, and carriers suck in so many other ways. But yeah, if I could be on the upgrade path with Samsung, where I can trade a phone in and spend $100 or $200, I'm down for that. That'd be great. Yeah. Even if it wouldn't be my primary phone, I'd still like to have it as another phone. Austin, yeah, trade in your old phone for 90% of the MSRP. Step 2, don't know. Step 3, profit. And here's the thing: when it comes to Samsung, they might not be making money on the phones, and I expect they're not. Even with being able to resell the old one, and maybe even harvesting, who knows what they're doing with them. But I think Samsung's strategy here is all in how much they can get out of the aftermarket value of that phone. And I mean aftermarket in the sense of selling the phone to you, and then how much money can they make off of you. It's the classic, you're not the customer, you're the product. And Samsung definitely does push a lot of services through their phones. I know they're not egregious about it, they're not super pushy, but they do have a lot of different things on their phones that can make them extra money, not least of which is Samsung Pay. Samsung Pay is a big part of it. I have a feeling that they probably make about as much off of Samsung Pay as they actually make selling the phone, assuming somebody is using that exclusively.
Yeah, like they don't do. I think they're giving up on their rewards program for that, at least in the U.S. But I mean, like again, like they can still harvest the data of like where you buy things and sell that off. And yeah, and yeah, Samsung is sort of taking on the same services market that Google and Apple are doing, where the device is sort of just like the gateway drug, and they really want you to sign up for the cloud storage. They want to sign you up for other services. Yeah, and and like you said, I do wonder if also part of this is maybe it's more important to please investors than it is necessarily to make a profit right now. With everything going on, I'm sure a lot of Samsung investors were probably upset that they didn't sell that many S20s last year, because they were the most expensive Samsung flagships ever, and also there was a global recession.
Yeah.
So maybe this time they're like, hey, we'll finally get some numbers that we can be proud of.
And I was gonna say, I think that's a big part of why this year has been so generous. Is Samsung, if nothing else, wants to earn back some of that market share. They want to control, they want to be moving units, even if they're not necessarily making profit. They need to retain that market share, because that's their most powerful market force, is being able to say we sold more units than anybody else.
Yeah.
And you know, if you've got people who are out there saying, you know what, I now have this Samsung phone, and oh hey, next year the S22 comes out, well golly, that's has a really good trade-in price.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
might not be as good, but it's still a good trade-in price. And lo and behold, it now makes them more money.
Yeah.
And you know, again, it's another opportunity for Samsung to push new services, a new way for it to make money off of you. It might be it might be an opportunity for them to also upgrade you to, let's say, a folding phone, which there's no way that trade-in is going to cover that difference. They're making a profit. So yeah,
I don't think I saw any trade-in option for like a Galaxy Fold on the S20.
Okay, well, there's that, but I even mean within a couple of years, there's going to be no one's going to be going from an S phone to a folding phone and saying, oh hey, you know, I got it for only like a $200 increase. No, not even close. You're still going to be paying a pretty heavy premium to go up to a folding phone, and the folding phones are not going to trade in at the same rate. If you're going from one generation to the next, it's not going to be a $200 or $300 increase. You're probably still going to be paying like $500 more to go from, I don't know, let's say a Z Flip 3 to a Z Flip 4. I'm just throwing out randoms, but yeah, I think that's going to be a different dynamic. But once they have you on it, it's the chain of keeping you in Samsung's ecosystem. And it's the same thing that Apple does. I mean, Apple's not as generous about it, but it's all about keeping you into an ecosystem. And Beast Slidem says folds aren't accepted. I am talking future, so I have a funny feeling that currently, yeah, Samsung doesn't want any of their folds back, but maybe in a couple, like 2-3 years, Samsung will probably turn around and say, okay, we'll take folds, but we're not going to take them back at a generous trade-in value. And Beastlight also brought up that they have the cloud gallery, Windows integration, stuff like that. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Samsung to some extent might even be making money off of partnerships with, let's say, Microsoft.
Oh, I'm sure they've got a good thing going with Microsoft. Like Office and OneDrive have been bundled with like every Samsung phone for years.
Yep.
And Samsung actually gave up on having its own cloud storage, and now the gallery app on their phones and other parts of it plug into OneDrive now. So I'm sure they get I'm sure they have some agreement where they get X percentage of income from people who sign up to OneDrive through their app or some other agreement like that. But yeah, so that's the main reason I just wanted an S21 for maintained value, flat screen, plastic back. Another year of Android updates if I keep the phone for 3 years for some miraculous reason.
Yeah.
I will say I think the camera's got a little bit of an upgrade compared to what I have now. Let me see. Telephoto 1212. Okay, it looks like actually it's pretty much the same as last year. It still has like the 12 megapixel main and the 12 ultra wide and the 64 telephoto. Which kind of stinks because that would be nice, a little bit of an improvement, because like I can almost take pictures for AP with the S20. I mean I can't, I can, they just don't look great. It would be nice if they looked a little bit better. The day Samsung makes a phone with like a really good macro, I will give them a lot of money, because that's all I'm waiting for. Because like I can like what I do sometimes is not in AP reviews because it would look absolutely terrible, and there's no way I could pretend I took it with a good phone. I mean with a good camera, but I do sometimes use the telephoto lens on the S20 as like a really shitty macro, and when I upload to like Twitter, it looks okay, but like it wouldn't look good. But it is really fun to use it as like a really bad macro, because there's enough resolution there where I can almost see like dust particles on objects and stuff. But the processing just ruins it. It has a little bit of that watercolor.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find the photos.
Really quickly, I just have to throw this in. Samsung's marketing photos are egregious. Have you, right now I have one up on stream. It's also in that same AP article. It's the girl and the guy brushing their teeth as she does a mirror selfie, and it just looks horrible.
They have some weird marketing that I don't fully understand. They're kind of going for like the uncanny valley vibe. I
guess. And
I don't really get it.
There were a bunch of different pictures from this set, and I would say maybe 2 of them were not terrible. And I would even go so far as to point out that they're actually like objectively bad pictures. Like this, not just what the content of the picture is, but the pictures themselves are actually legitimately bad. The one that's right here, if you're looking at it, the background behind the guy is grossly overexposed. You can actually see light bloom around his hair, which, okay, to be fair, any camera's gonna have trouble with that, but yeah, everything about this picture is actually like kind of terrible. Even the colors look wrong, but we don't know how bright that room was, but still everything about this picture sucks. So yeah, not sure what they were thinking with this.
No, it's a little bit weird.
Also, the expressions on the people's faces, they strike me as, we took these after a night of extreme drug use, and we're not really sure how we ended up in this apartment, but now we're here. Or hotel room, yeah. I guess. This doesn't look like an apartment. This has got to be a hotel room. But yeah, everything about this photo set was confusing as hell.
Yeah. Also on what's funny is that carriers were going even crazier with the trade-ins. T-Mobile essentially gives you an S21 for free if you sign up to. I don't know if it's new lines or something, but they have like they'll give you a free phone, and they also have like a buy one get one deal on a couple models. Um, I think uh, I think AT&T was also I know with T-Mobile, like you had to be like on, or one of the carriers, you had to be on like one of their unlimited plans, so that was part of it. But it is sort of crazy that um that they're this excited to sell you a flagship smartphone that would normally cost, or in the past, if you're buying it outright, is a lot more expensive. And like I can't remember who said it earlier. Austin said it, where he said, "Do we need to start considering the cost of ownership and resale value?" I think that's been a factor for a lot of people for a long time, and I think that's why Apple has sold so many phones in the U.S. for so long, because their phones retain value very well. Partially because they're supported for so long, but also because there's usually a good market for them. I don't know what Apple's own trade-in system is like, because I've never tried to do that at all. But the demand for Apple phones over time is still very high.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. In a weird way, I kind of want to compare it to, like, they're the Honda of smartphones. It's a smartphone that manages to retain its value better than most, and but it doesn't really have anything truly separating it from any of the others in a way that would make that really a must, that like an automatic thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is interesting if other, and again, this is another reason why it's harder for Sony to sell phones in the US, and LG and these other smaller companies. Like, they don't have the infrastructure or incentive to do this. Like, if you want to buy a Sony phone, you're paying full price for it in basically every possible situation.
Oh yeah.
Whereas with Samsung, carriers will cut you a deal, Samsung will cut you a deal. It's very different.
Well, yeah, for sure. There's honestly, I still don't understand what Sony is doing. Sony,
I don't either. I really don't get it. Like, they keep making like these giant phones with 4K screens, and they don't. It's the same thing with LG phones, where there is like a small rabid fan base of people who cry that we're being paid off by Samsung every time we review one of their phones, or they say we're not paying attention to the features that matter.
okay,
But it is the same situation with LG, where
look, for what it's worth, I'm just going to throw this in. If if I'm reading an AP review of a Sony phone, having looked at some of what's been said, I would be making these same criticisms. And I work at AP, so just saying, that's actually that's not the least fair criticism I've read on the internet.
well,
I
I think
the people who review them are maybe not the people who should be reviewing them sometimes.
well, regardless, again, it's the same problem with LG, where there isn't a compelling reason to buy the Sony phones unless you want a huge phone. But there's other choices for that too, with a 4K screen, which I don't know why you need that on. I don't really know why we still need more than like 1080p on a smartphone, if I'm being like really honest. Like, we're not doing like head-mounted VR phones anymore. We've stopped that. So what do we need the higher pixel density for? Like, are you like how? Like, when I'm watching, like, I reviewed this Motorola phone earlier, and it's got like a 1080p screen. It's fine. Well, it's LCD, so besides that, it's fine. And like, I was reviewing the $70 LG phone last week, and it has like a 720p screen on like a 6.2 inch screen, and the text is like fuzzy. Like, I can tell it's not as crisp, but like, it's still fine. Like if it was AMOLED, like I could still live with it. Um, but Sony keeps trying to go down, like keep trying to make phones with 4K screens, and like there's not a purpose for it, and it just makes it more expensive.
Okay, so I will agree with you on the 4K.
Yeah.
If you say a 1440p, then I can get behind a 1440p screen. 1080p is obviously perfectly good. It depends on the size of the screen. And I think you've been on at least a couple of times when I've talked about this, and I happened to just talk about this last week. But when I wake up, a lot of times I don't even put on my glasses first, and I obviously don't wear my contacts to bed. And my eyes are absolutely horrible. So when I wake up, I really do hold the phone like within a couple inches of my face. So, you know, I actually do appreciate it when a phone has a really good sharp screen. And for me, it was 1080p on the HTC One M9. I specifically remember that. And that to me was that perfect level of sharpness. And so when you go up to a larger screen, I'm good moving up to, let's say, 1440. But anything above that, I agree, is pointless. It's not necessary for it. I mean, even I wouldn't appreciate it holding a phone that close to my face.
Yeah, and like, really, Sony's other claim to fame is that they've have some nice camera tricks. I don't know why I almost said Twix. I'm a Bugs Bunny.
Chocolate and nougat, baby.
Yeah. But like again, that's stuff that like everyone has now. Samsung has a pro mode in their camera. I think Google is getting one or has had one for a little while on the Pixel camera. So it's like there's not a compelling. And again, like Sony frustrates me so much because I want them to make everything Android based that they're not making right now. I want them to make the Android mirrorless camera. I want them to make a new Xperia Play. And they won't do either. They just keep making these big honking rectangle phones that cost $1,000 and no one should buy. And it annoys me.
Yeah.
Where's my Xperia Play 2? So, this should be the easiest sell of all time. If you slap a PlayStation logo on there and get some kind of cross-brand integration going, they'll sell a ton of those. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Okay, so my going theory on this, and man, this could be way off, but my going theory on this is I bet Sony has come around to the point that if they're going to make a new Xperia Play, I bet their logic on this is they would then have to set up a program for developers and game studios. They would have to try to push someone into making games. And the moment that they're doing that, that is now a big investment. And if they're not selling enough phones to make that worth doing, then it becomes a loss leader on something that just won't be profitable. Whereas they can very realistically still move. They can move so many other products very well. Yeah,
I guess, but like, there is already a huge number of Android games that support controllers. Like, they wouldn't have to build, like, if they could do what, like, one thing, like I got Razer's gamepad recently. This is their new one that's like $99 for some reason. And the phone goes in the, hold on, can I open this up? What the hell? Yeah, and then the phone goes inside. And for this controller, they actually made like an app. Like, you don't need it to operate it. I haven't downloaded it, but it's basically like a gallery of like all these apps that we've tested supports gamepad. So like they could just do something like that. Or again, like they could do that for the first one, and then maybe if it sells well on Gen 2, they can be like, all right, now we'll make like an SDK and try to market this more as like an experience, like a kind of like a new Vita or something.
Yeah, and honestly, if they're gonna do this, frankly, I think they just need to actually push. They would need to. Okay. If I was gonna do this, if I were Sony, I would make an actual new Vita, and I would make a phone version of the Vita and basically market them together as kind of a, hey, do you just want the game system? Then buy that. And in a sense, that's sort of like the iPod Touch versus the iPhone. If you want something to give your kids, if you just want a portable game system of your own, if you want in this ecosystem but you don't care about the phone per se, this is the thing that you get. But if you want it to be your phone too, then we're going to sell you the Xperia Play and you can go all out. And to me, that's a better marketing strategy than just saying, hey, here's a phone that has controllers. So, but I don't, the thing is, they don't seem interested in making a Vita anymore either.
No, that ship sailed a long time ago.
Yeah, and if that ship sailed, why would they do the phone?
Yeah, it annoys me so much. It really does. Like, I hate that I have to use this if I want to play like a game with real controls on my phone, because this is like a hacky thing. Like, it just like attaches on the end, and it kind of feels like I'm like dangling my phone in the center.
Let's see. Oh, Carson mentioned the AP Sony reviews aren't fair. They forget about some major features. It's what I'm saying. Believe me, it's definitely what I'm saying. It either forget or misunderstand, I would even say. But that's another topic.
Carson said Sony should invest more in cloud gaming. I don't really know what Sony's doing over there, because they were one of the first with PlayStation Now, or one of the first like larger companies to get into it. And then it seems like they just like kept it there and didn't do anything for like 5 years.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's true. The thing that strikes me is Sony is, technologically speaking, I think Sony is in a harder position with cloud gaming. And what I mean by that is, compare this with obviously Google, who is sort of leading the charge. And Google has massive server infrastructure, lots of technology behind it. Damn it, I woke up my phone and at least one other device. Damn it. Thank you. Stop listening. Actually, we'll mute the mic on that. Anyway, yes, Google has that lead. Microsoft has also lots of infrastructure and some history in cloud, and they've got a game console that they can push in that direction. Even Amazon has their big cloud infrastructure. Sony is sitting here like, yeah, hi, we're kind of more of we sell gear. They're in more the same spot that Apple is, where it makes a lot of sense why they're not pushing to cloud as readily. Even if they already started trying it, Yeah.
Well, basically every company that's in it right now is in it because they already have this massive infrastructure in place. Amazon already hosts like half the internet. Microsoft has had Azure servers for at least a decade.
Yeah.
Google obviously has its own server infrastructure, its own custom hardware. Sony has none of that. They don't do web stuff at all, as far as I'm aware. So it's far more of an investment for them. Whereas Google, they can just set aside a section in their server farm for all the Stadia servers, and that's basically it.
Yeah, yeah, so I mean, I get why Sony hasn't rushed headlong into it, because PS Now was never super successful as far as I'm aware. Actually, I think it was barely successful, if not possibly a loss leader. And all things considered, if you're going to go back into cloud gaming, you should probably do it as a relaunch, and you shouldn't do a relaunch until you can push 1080p minimum, if not 4K. And you need to be able to push a very good response times. You need to be able to push you have to hit all those marks that now Stadia has hit. I don't know what condition Luna's in, but you know, in theory I didn't think it would be.
No,
but you have to at least live up to the standard that's already been set by xCloud and Luna. Which, okay, those might not be the highest of standards, but you still have to hit at least those points. And honestly, I think Sony probably doesn't have any chance of hitting that level. Not well, and not at scale.
Yeah, I reviewed, or not reviewed. I did like a sort of a hands-on thing for Luna for PC Gamer, and it's so weird. It's a very weird product. Like I think they just now added Android support, which wasn't there before. When I tried it, they had it only on the web, and they supported iOS through like the web because Apple doesn't really let cloud gaming be on the Play Store. But they didn't have anything for Android. And then also when I tried it, it's a web app, right? So it should only depend on the browser. So I go to try it first on my Linux PC in Firefox, and it's like your browser isn't supported. I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess I expected that. No one tests in Firefox anymore. So I load up Chromium, and it's like, oh, your OS isn't supported. So then I had to boot into Windows and then open Chrome, and then I could play it. It's like, well, I'm already in Windows. Like, I might as well just play my games. You're not giving me an advantage here. And then also, like, the latency was not good. Like, I played a couple games where it was fine with the controller. Like I play like ukulele. I think it didn't feel as bad on that because there's already like a delay when you move a character in that game, so it kind of it feels normal. Right. But then I tried playing like an FPS, and I already don't like playing FPSs with controllers, so I tried to do it with like the keyboard and mouse, and it was absolutely noticeable. Because again, like Amazon, I don't think they're doing a whole lot of the like the low level game tweaks that Google's doing with Stadia,
right?
Because Luna just runs games in a Windows VM, whereas Stadia, like the games are built for Stadia. Google said a couple times that they have like code in the server and the client to sort of predict movements and stuff to make the latency a lot less noticeable. But you can't do any of that when you're just running Windows in a VM.
Yeah.
With mostly probably unmodified games. Like I'm sure Amazon probably just said, "Hey, can we get some executables and we'll."
Though for what it's worth,
the rest.
NVIDIA with GeForce Now, they're doing the exact same thing as Amazon, and they're doing it better.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can't help but think that's the difference here is Amazon just, well, to be fair, Amazon is still new comparatively, and they're coming at this, 2.5 years, 3 years behind NVIDIA, so I don't expect them to be able to compete directly, but that being said, that's also Amazon's way. They half-ass stuff a lot. So much of everything that Amazon does is, I mean, I know developers who work at Amazon who describe it as sweatshop work. So,
I mean, I have New York Times articles that describe
Yeah.
Amazon's workplace as sweatshop.
Yeah, it's widely documented at this point. It is not a good place to work. But
no, I mean everything they've ever built is like not a great user experience. Like
Right.
Amazon.com is still one of the ugliest websites I have to deal with on a regular basis. It looks and functions terribly.
It's honestly, Amazon is one of the few websites we still put up with that looks like a website from the 90s. Well, maybe, yeah.
Well,
I'll give it
and
early 2000s.
at least websites from the 90s, they loaded quick, and
Yeah.
they didn't have like 50 different conflicting interfaces. Like it was either all good or all bad. Or at least maybe it looked kind of fun to use because it was written in Flash or something. But Amazon, it's just real bad. Like I feel like every week they add like a new button somewhere on the product page that doesn't look anything like the other button.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
That could also be your extensions. To be fair.
No. Keepa just puts the little chirp below everything, and that's all they do.
Is that really your only extension for Amazon?
That is actually, because I don't trust Honey. They do way too many adverts and podcasts. I'm afraid to install them.
No, Honey is scary. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there could be other extensions touching Amazon. But anyway, Cecil did ask, who's NVIDIA using for their servers, or is GFN self-hosted? As far as I'm aware, GFN actually is self-hosted because they're using all NVIDIA cards in their service. So, I don't think that they'd be going to somebody else and saying, hey, can we just stick our video cards into your servers? Like, would that be cool with you? Maybe they are. It's not impossible, but I'm pretty sure they're all self-hosted.
Yeah. They might be like renting space in some other data centers. But
I wouldn't be surprised if they're using data centers for someone else's data centers and like facility.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be their own servers.
Yeah. Because they do use their own graphics card and everything in there.
Plus I know they've talked up the extent to which they customized the servers. So at a bare minimum, they've built the hardware and they own the hardware. Beyond that, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. So in conclusion, Sony sucks, and I will put that on my gravestone.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I will firmly agree that Sony doesn't make phones that are really particularly suited to regular buyers. But I still hold that reviews of Sony phones are not fair.
Are they fake news, Cody?
You
sounding an awful lot like like another group I have to deal with in the comments.
Don't let them ruin the English language. They don't get to control every word that they've ever used. Can I just say okay to that? Yeah. Don't let a-holes ruin everything.
Oh.
Just because Harvey Weinstein made a bunch of movies doesn't mean that we can't enjoy the movies and still hate him.
That is really fun whenever I go to watch an old movie and then I see that logo in the front. I go, "Oh no, you touched this."
I'm not outing anyone on this, but I remember that conversation happening around Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and it's like, no, just because one person people have decided they don't like 30, 40 years later, you can't say everything is bad now.
It depends on the person and the level of severity for me. I tried watching House of Cards again a couple months ago. I made it 5 minutes. I can't do it. I can't do it.
It was already just a mediocre show, so.
Oh man, I liked.
I admit I haven't really watched it. I only watched the first episode, and I could not get in it. Actually, I'm not even sure I finished the first episode. I just couldn't get into it. But
I liked the earlier seasons before everything came out, but now it's impossible for me to watch. Partially because his character in that show is basically exactly who he was depicted as in every single allegation. Like in the show, like he uses like sex to get what he wants, and he's really pushy and abusive. So it's like, Oh, maybe maybe someone should have looked a little bit more closely at why he's so good at acting for this role.
Okay, here's the
Uh,
thing. If you go looking back through Kevin Spacey's movie history, I mean, come on. House
he
of
did get
Cards
a little.
wasn't even close to original in this way. He's been playing sleazy characters a long time.
Yeah, I I think the only other thing I've ever seen him in, again because I'm so movie illiterate, is Fred Claus,
Hmm.
which was like a Christmas movie where he played like the assistant to Santa, but he was like a businessman type and he was like scheming the whole movie. But that was like a family movie. He's not gonna be like crazy in that.
I've never seen it. Um, let, for some reason, I feel like I'm slightly surprised you haven't seen something like, was it Dog Boss or Boss Dog? I think Dog Boss, which I've never seen, but I just remember everyone mocking the hell out of that. I never saw K-Pax.
I didn't
but
see Baby Driver. I know he was in that.
I watched
I
that.
didn't-
It was okay. It got way too much hype for what it was. I know a lot of people.
I was scrolling through his IMDb. I completely forgot he was in that Call of Duty game.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like no, like did you do you remember that at all? Call of Duty Advanced Warfare.
I've never played any Call of Duties.
Okay, I've never either, but he was in like all the promotional material because he like the person he was in the game was him. Like they modeled his face after him. It looked identical to Kevin Spacey.
Ah,
So that's kind of funny, you know.
the classic lookalike routine. But yeah, let's see. I saw at least the first Horrible Bosses. I don't think I've seen number 2. But I mean, come on, that movie was practically designed for the people who are in it.
Oh, he was in the not most recent, but the one before that, Superman reboots.
Oh
Like the
yeah,
2006 Superman.
yeah. I very happily forgot about that because that
I've
movie.
never seen that.
One of these days, I want someone to make a Superman movie that doesn't suck because it hasn't been done yet.
I think that's probably too hard. Superman's too OP.
No, Superman is honestly a terrible character. I mean, even going outside of movies, Superman has just always been a bad character because he is too OP. He has so little personality. Like the you know what? The only time Superman has ever actually been good is in the very original cartoons. We're talking the cartoons from like the 50s or something. I'm not even sure if that's right, but they like pre-color.
Yeah,
Those were actually
I've
some
heard-
pretty good cartoons.
I've heard some of the older TV shows were pretty good. I've heard the animated movies that DC has been funding the past couple of years have been pretty good. Like there was one where it was supposedly like, what if Superman landed in like Soviet Russia instead of the U.S. I that one apparently I think it got good reviews. I keep meaning to watch some of those because apparently that's like where DC's actually doing well these days. But yeah, I'm scrolling through Kevin Spacey's IMDb. I don't think I've even heard of some of these. Oh, I forgot he was in Austin Powers. I've seen that. He was in he was the voice of Hopper in A Bug's Life. I forgot about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I will say I really liked him in 21, a movie that admittedly a lot of people either forgot or didn't care about, but I really liked 21. Let's see, what was the other one I just passed over? Oh, and then of course The Usual Suspects. That's a true classic. Oh yeah, and B-Slide had mentioned that one.
Yeah, so all these are like
Oh,
PG-13R movies. These are not movies my parents would have let me watch growing up.
exactly. And
yeah, so that's probably why I haven't seen any of these.
And I know that this movie is now entirely cringeable given what 21, 22 years has done. But American Beauty was one of the greatest movies to have come out back in that time period. I mean, definitely not for everybody, but it was a fantastic movie. And he played the full-on, neighbor who was lusting after an underage girl, which, not great, but...
A little bit of foreshadowing.
Well, not really, because he was going after not girls.
Yeah, it was happening at the time. Yeah, well, and that, yeah.
Yeah, just saying, not your not the same issue, just similar. I forgot he was in 7. Huh. I honestly still can't really remember enough about 7 to know that I'd be forgetting him, but yeah. And then once you get back before that time, I wouldn't have seen much of him anyway. Yeah, actually, as I look over the list, I guess I'm surprised by how few things I've seen from here. But I'm also not bothered by that. How do we get on to Kevin Spacey again?
I don't remember.
It does not matter. I don't know, something about House of Cards and canceled people. But I started that off of, what was it? Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Who was it? John Cleese? Is that who got canceled?
I've never
Or was it Stephen Fry?
I don't remember.
Yeah, somebody is mad at one of... I swear it's got to be John Cleese. Someone's mad at him for some reason. And I have no clue what it's about.
Everyone is terrible except us. That's the only conclusion I can draw from all this.
Well, actually, if I recall correctly, I think it's everyone is terrible except us, Keanu Reeves, and Tay-Tay.
If Keanu Reeves comes out to have sexually assaulted someone, I don't know what I'll live for. Like that's just everyone's been corrupted.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I honestly at this point I'm waiting for it to be revealed that Mother Teresa was actually running a secret gambling ring and dog fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone in history who was good is just absolutely terrible. Abe Lincoln had a sex dungeon underneath the White House or something.
Okay, I actually think that one might be true though.
He got some. Okay, no, he was killing vampires. Remember?
Yeah, dude, there actually is on almost all the founding fathers. There's some real sketch history. So.
Oh yeah, all of them were terrible. All of them were pretty bad. Yeah, no, they're all bad. Which again is why I get really weirded out when people on the right keep glorifying it. They had some good ideas, but pretty shitty people, most of them.
Well, the problem is that when you bring that up, they then turn around and say, "Well, what's so different about our a-hole?" And it's yeah.
Well,
that's
one
not
of those
the defense.
owned slaves, and the other one didn't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Did you see the report the White House released yesterday, and then already got taken down? That was complaining that the founding fathers are getting criticized.
The White House released this?
Yeah, yeah. It was called the 1776 report. So
none of this is sounding familiar.
Okay, it was literally yesterday. I'll put it in the Discord. But basically, it was a report the White House released, basically saying that American historic figures are being unfairly criticized because they own slaves and maybe weren't all that nice people.
Shocking.
There was Among the many sections called out for whitewashing historical narratives, the 1776 report claims there's no truth to the statements that the founding fathers were hypocritical for upholding slavery while claiming that all men were created equal, and that believing that is destructive to, quote, our civic unity and social fabric, quote. So basically, if you believe the founding fathers were maybe slightly full of it, then you can go straight to hell.
It's nice that the White House has been instructed to do a book report.
Yeah. Yeah, and the best part is that, like, it was called this probably because it was like a conservative answer to the 1619 project from, I think, it might have been 2019 or something, but it was from like the New York Times that was talking about how black people have been treated over America's history, but
right,
we can't talk shit about George Washington, guys. He'll come back from the dead and kill all of us.
Oh boy, our country.
I don't know what kind of drugs
Tis
are
of
these
thee.
people on who are writing this. I don't get it.
No,
Like, how can you not just like hate yourself, right? Right? Like, imagine like writing out the sentence like, "Don't talk shit about George Washington." That's basically what they were, right? All founding fathers are immune from criticism, and if you criticize them, you hate America and everyone in it.
I mean, yeah. The problem I see with this isn't the opinions people are taking. Actually, it's that they care so much. Honestly, I think everyone is in the wrong on this in a way, because
quote, slavery was kind of okay, end quote, Cody Tunes.
Nice try. The problem with this is if you're on this, if you're taking any of the strong stances about the founding fathers, or really most of the people from that time period, you're probably completely already separated from the realities of almost everything involved. A lot of this stuff, yes, terrible things happen. No one's even disputing that, except for,
Except these
45% of the country that lives in certain states.
Yeah.
But there's obviously a disconnect wherein the things that happened 200 some years ago, there's a group of people who think that we need to atone for stuff that happened back then. And it's like, look, if you ask most people today, they're gonna be like, no, that was terrible stuff. But I'm not, like, most people aren't prepared to say, you know what, George Washington never did anything good in his life just because he also owned slaves. The guy did a few decent things. And like the idea that you have to throw out the baby with the bathwater, you're probably you're going up the wrong tree with that one.
Yeah, I think to an extent, you have to keep in the context that, like, if you're raised based on the idea that owning other people is okay, then like you're kind of just fucked. Like in the current perception of you, like it's a very weird topic. Like, it's hard for me to put myself in that perspective of like, oh yeah, those folks out back, yeah, my dad owns them, and they can't leave, or like, that's yeah,
it's definitely, there's no good way to come out of that one, because there is that degree to which, yes, people who are raised a certain way, I mean, if you're raised to say, let's say for a second somebody is raised into Scientology or raised into any of your classic typical cult groups, are you who out there feels like it's appropriate to blame them for being Scientologists? Like that's
Yeah,
you know, yes, I'm
that
taking
is.
this away from the specific race and slavery issue.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you can't blame them for being Scientologists if they were raised literally being told repeatedly, yeah, Xenu, guys, it's a thing. So,
yeah.
you know,
It is difficult to separate the like what was like understandable to think this way, like thinking all black people were like idiots and didn't have the mental capacity of white people.
yeah,
And then like separating that from like actively participating in it. Like maybe when the founding fathers said it was okay to let slavery in the new country, and when Christopher Columbus came over and killed like hundreds of, native people,
yeah. So,
little it's a fuzzy line. But yeah. Now it's and what's not a fuzzy line is when someone says everyone who helped make America is immune from all criticism.
yeah,
Like, I don't think anyone's immune from criticism.
exactly.
I think if you're thinking that, maybe you're in a cult and you should seek help.
Yeah. So I'm just, and this is kind of where it comes down. I'm totally good with the idea of criticizing founding fathers. I'm good with criticizing everyone historically. That's fine. But if you're gonna deify them, if you're gonna worship them, or if you're gonna hold them up as the bastion of everything, you also are in the wrong place. We should not be canceling them. We also shouldn't be holding them up as the greatest thing ever, because they're neither of these things. It's just a bunch of guys and girls who, if we're talking founding fathers or even prior to that, they're people who came here because they were either sent away or trying to get away from a place that was terrible to them, or they were coming here for opportunity, and in doing so,
that's the interesting part that I feel like gets glossed over really easily in like our education. And when we talk about this kind of stuff, is like most of the people who came over here, especially in the early days, were fucking weird, right? Or they were like, they were already not in the best mind because they've been persecuted. Like again, a lot of the people who came over, they were like, in their world, they were like religious fanatics, or they were people that Europe just didn't want for whatever reason. Maybe it was like where they were born, or their demographics or whatever. So that's how we got a lot of like the weird quirks about America. Is like a lot of people who came over originally were like not, maybe weren't all okay. Maybe had some things wrong with them, or weren't in the right mind space. To quote someone who should not be named, maybe they're not sending their best.
Just for laughs, I totally just put a picture of the Salem witch trials up on screen.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best example of our history, and yeah, these are the people who are the parents of our founding fathers.
Good thing we definitely don't have large groups of people talking about hanging people anymore, right?
Oh, jeez.
We're definitely past that.
So
it's just now they have automatic rifles.
No, I think what we can now establish is the people who used to live in Salem just moved down to Kentucky.
Yeah.
Harsh, I know. But yeah, this is the problem. Is the history is a thing to learn from, not to get caught up in. And I have the same opinion about. I have the same opinion about the Constitution. It's huh?
But no one's learning from it.
Yeah, no kidding. But the Constitution is a great thing. Let's keep it. But let's also agree that maybe some parts are outdated. maybe not accurate anymore. Maybe, some wording could be revised. Because I'll tell you what,
Like,
stuff that I wrote, I'll say this right now. I've been writing at AP since 2013, I think, or 2012. Now I don't even remember. I'd have to go look. I'll tell you, when I go back and read some of the stuff I read 7-8 years ago, wrote 7-8 years ago. When I go back and look at some of that stuff, it's pretty bad.
pull up an old Cody review. The white race will not be denied.
I mean, for what it's worth, I also wrote some pretty good things. Not that. Thankfully did not write that ever. But I did write a pretty incredible revision of the Independence Day speech that had to do with, I think it was FedEx drivers, or maybe UPS. And I'm not kidding. That's actually a very real thing.
Kirby Mermaid actually brought up exactly my thought. Is like, maybe a new constitution would be nice at some point, but like, I don't trust literally anyone in government to do it right. So
oh, for sure,
we would 100% be worse off. Like you said, take some parts out, like that electoral college thing. Maybe that was a good idea when we didn't have when like most of the country couldn't read. We probably don't need that anymore. I think people can make decisions for themselves about who should be president.
Yeah, there's so much stuff that needs to be changed, and for what it's worth, like I've said it, I don't know how many times, we need to have people who are more modern in Congress. Not necessarily. This isn't necessarily an age
maybe
thing.
Not have like retirement home people running our country. Is that what you're saying?
See, that this is why I said maybe not an age thing. What I'm saying is people who have experience in things other than being lawyers or doctors, because those are pretty old professions. You know who I want? I want engineers, or at least those who've worked with engineers. I'll tell you right now. I know
that would be so nice if we had like people in Congress who knew how computers work.
It would be pretty cool.
Like where every time they didn't bring like Jeff Bezos or
if it didn't turn into a tech support call.
Yeah, it was like, why are my emails being censored, Jeff?
Okay, but
why are my tweets not going through the pipes?
I know some people would be creeped out by this suggestion alone, but I'm just going to say this. You know who I would love to see run for a seat in Congress? I know it'll never happen. For good reason, it'll never happen. But I feel completely, entirely confident I would rather see him have a seat than, let's say, Mitch McConnell.
Okay.
Bill Gates. Old man.
Yeah.
Definitely old man. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what age he is, but it's got to be approaching McConnell's
like 60s, 70s, I think.
I think 70s.
Gates' age. He is 65.
Oh, okay. But
he's basically a child in Congress.
Kind of, yeah. But he is, by any standard, the old white man that we always say, "Oh my God, terrible!" Maybe not. I don't like using "we" because I won't say that's a problem. But here's the thing: old white man. But I'd still rather have him there than most of the old white men that are there, because here's a person who can understand it when people start talking about computer stuff. And I bet he couldn't even follow a lot of it these days, but at least if you told him, hey, we've got this thing coming up, it's about blah, 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 it's about WhatsApp and security. Bill Gates is one of the people I think would sit down and say, all right, point me to a couple of things I can research. I want to read about this. I want to learn what it is I'm about to vote on. Whereas everyone else is like, find me someone who can just tell me how to vote. Or how's the party voting, because I'll vote their way too.
Yeah.
I feel a lot more confident about Bill Gates making decisions on this than I do Tom Cotton or God, I'm trying to remember the names of any of the other a-holes that... Oh, Lindsey Graham.
Daisy, do you want internet? Okay, I just let this dog out, and then she barks at my door again. Like, this is... I don't know why she wanted out. Yeah, I mean, Bill Gates is smart. I don't know if I want someone in government who was, like, really trying his hardest to justify a monopoly not that long ago, but... You know, I don't know. Maybe it could be a redemption arc. I don't know.
It was what, 25 years ago?
Yeah.
I think we can we can't call that not that long ago anymore.
I don't know. I'm still dealing with, you know, a couple users on Internet Explorer, so I don't know if I can forgive them for that.
Okay, actually that's a fair point.
Yeah.
There is no forgiving Internet Explorer.
Yeah. Counterpoint Windows.
It is literally the slavery of the modern age. Kidding, obviously, by the way.
That's gonna be a great soundbite when you run for president, Cody.
Yeah.
Some poor unpaid intern is gonna keep going through all your YouTube clips, and then he finds that, and he's getting a pay raise. Oh,
I'm not worried about that. When they repeal Section 230, that all of these will be taken down anyway.
Yeah, yeah. All internet will cease to exist except for Disney Plus.
I think it's Disney Plus and Parler, right? That's how they'll do it.
Yeah. There'll be a bundle deal too. You can get some cloud storage on Parler with your Disney Plus subscription.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Anyway, yeah, to me, there are definitely huge, obvious problems with how everything is run in this country these days. But if we're going to change anything, first let it actually be our obsession with it. Let it be our obsession with putting in the exact same type of people from every state, everywhere, all of which know the same amount of nothing.
Yeah, it would just be nice if there was like one politician I could look at. I was like, yeah, I think he's all right. That person does not exist. Well, maybe AOC. That's about as far as I could go. Yeah. If I was in the same room with her, I think I'd be okay. If I was in the same room with anyone else, I'd probably just get like really angry. Like if Joe Biden showed up, I'd just be like, "Where's my $2,000, Joe? Where is it? It's not in my Wells Fargo account."
Let's see. He's been president for.
The countdown clock started at noon. Cody, I want my money. Where's my money, Joe?
Wouldn't it be hilarious? It obviously is not going to happen, but wouldn't it be hilarious if we all go to bed tonight, wake up in the morning, and it's like, holy crap, our bank account, it just went up by $1,400.
Yeah. David said, "Give me the stimmy, Sleepy Joe." Give me the stimmy. Give it to me. Where's my back pay for all the monthly stimulus payments that didn't happen? Where is it? Yeah, he's only gonna get $1,400. Coward.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't personally need the money, but I know a lot of people who do. So he should do that.
I mean, the difference between need and could really, really use. I'm in the really, really use category. So there is that. Speaking of, if you'd like to support the channel, links down below. But
your money will not go towards me improving my setup. In fact, the more money people give Cody, the worse microphone I will find on Amazon and use. If Cody gets to $100 a month, I will find a cup and a piece of string and talk into that.
Aren't you already?
It's like it's like a Benjamin Button
I
situation.
I thought the mic you were using was just for show. You're speaking to one of those old like Creative Labs mics from like the
Yeah.
90s.
Yeah, like the call center headsets. Yeah. Yeah. No, that'd be really funny if like you kept upgrading yours to the point where it looked like a CNN like newsroom, and then I'm in like cardboard box background, with like 2006 Apple like iSight webcam. That'd be great. It's just like every time there's like I watch like a news report and they've got someone in the studio talking, and the guest they're talking to is like filming in like their like bedroom with like the netbook camera. It's gonna be exactly like that.
Yeah, that could be kind of something.
Also, I'll probably only stick on for like 1 or 2 more minutes because it's 7 o'clock and I have to keep putting up Christmas decorations because we still have some of those up.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been busy and crazy for, yeah. So there's none on the outside, so no one knows our shame. It's just on the inside.
Well, that's not too bad, I guess, right?
And they look nice. What's the harm, right?
What's the harm?
What do you mean I can't have nice lights on in my house? I have to go back to boring lights.
Well, you know, it's a thing that happens.
I was rewatching Tron Legacy. I didn't finish it, and maybe I'll do that tonight. But I was rewatching because I watched the first one on my Discord a couple of days prior, and I still love how that movie looks. I'm not that far off from like trying to imitate that look in like a future home office somewhere. I just walk in and be on the grid.
I mean, you could do it.
I apparently have static again.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Interesting. I haven't been messing with anything, but really quickly for laughs, I did give myself a CNN background.
That sounds good.
Kirby, yes, I did just get an email. I hadn't looked at it yet. So thank you. $2 you said? Thank you for that.
That's a heck of a stimulus payment.
Yeah, I still don't understand what happens to your audio, because it sounds fine for me, but I'm not seeing any reason.
Maybe there's just some kind of like buffer that keeps building up, and then once we hit like 2 hours, then it just breaks.
Yeah, it'd be good if I could figure that out. I should go back and, well, I'll go back and listen to this after the stream and see if I can't figure. Well, let's see, we're 2:20 in. Static probably happened about 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I'll try to remember that and go check it just to see what's actually showing up in the video, because as far as I can tell, there's no audible sound that changed for you.
Weird. Well, I said we'll give them like a minute or two anyway, so yeah. I'm obviously being censored by the liberal Jitsi media. They don't want to keep talking.
Oh, jeez. The liberal Jitsi media. Actually, if anything, I'd blame OBS, but...
Yeah, OBS is definitely censoring me.
Oh, and one of these days, maybe I'll even be able to set up a proper streaming computer. That'd be good.
I didn't have no.
Oof. Well, hey, send it over this way. We'll see if I can make the battery bulge. Two computers in 1 year. That's that's making me curious.
I don't think I've ever had a battery bulge or something. I'm pretty sure. Unless while I was using it, at least.
Well, to be fair, I wasn't using either of these computers. Not really. I mean, technically, I was using the Surface laptop or Surface Book for, like maybe once. I guess like maybe once every couple weeks or something. It was basically the only thing I was still using it for was to play Fall Guys, which I kind of miss. It was fun. But yeah, I wasn't really using it for much of anything. And then my older MacBook Pro, I was going to set it up, use it for some video transcoding, and then I was going to dump everything off of there and get it ready to finally go take it in for replacement parts. Get the keyboard replaced on that damn thing, and then I could sell it off. But now that the battery's bulged, I'm gonna have to send the thing in for probably a full refurb, I guess.
I'm sure Apple will get it, and they'll just be like, get the new one out of the back.
I hope so. That's honestly what I'm hoping for. Because if maybe not even a new one, but like a newer model than this one.
Yeah,
if they send,
they do that after a while. Like,
yeah,
I remember reading like when some people were getting like later stage like replacements for their Nexus boot loops, like they would eventually get like the first gen Pixel.
Right. Technically that's Google, not Apple, but yeah, Apple does it too. I've actually seen people already reporting that I forget what year it was, but if you took your MacBook Pro back into an Apple store for a replacement of the keyboard, just replacement of the keyboard, there were a lot of people reporting like as much as a year ago that I think it was the same model year as mine. They were already getting new ones. And it's not that they didn't still replace the keyboard in some cases, but if they were out of parts, then they would just straight up say, you know what? We're not making you send this back because we're out of parts. We're just giving you a brand new one. Or like their newest that was kind of a match. So, you know, hopefully I'd be totally okay with that. And I have to wonder if by now they might have started running out of some parts. So that would be a pretty good deal for me. And then it would also alleviate the bulging battery and everything else. And
yeah.
So yeah, I gotta admit, I'm tempted to take it back to Apple and not even mention the battery and just be like, hey, yo, I need a keyboard replacement. And hopefully they don't look at it first. And they're just like, yeah, let's just do a replacement. But if they do end up just swapping the keyboard, which is also motherboard, if they do end up swapping that, then at that point it's going to be like, oh, hey, we noticed you also have a bulging battery. We'll tell you what, for $400 you can send it back and they do a full refurbishment of the whole thing and blah blah blah. I think it's still $400. It's probably $450 now, but at this point it'd be worth it just so I can sell it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Apple does give you a completely new laptop. I think with their like $2 trillion market cap, I think they can spare it.
Yeah, well, tell that to the U.S. government, who couldn't spare any more than $600 per person, but somehow found it in their budget to send a crap load of money to companies.
And to give a pay raise to everyone in our bloated military.
Yeah.
Yes, America. Okay, I'm gonna go now.
Yeah. All right, anyway, take it easy, man. I will chat with you later.
Goodbye. Oh, here's Daisy. Yeah, Daisy, hi. Okay, nope, she's gone. All right, that's fine.
All right, let's see. So, just catching up on comments a little bit. Beast Item asked Corbin if his batteries are low in the headset. That actually, but again, I don't hear it. So I don't know if maybe it's something that's, I wonder if maybe there's a level of static. It's coming through on a frequency I'm not picking up or something. Maybe it's getting modulated differently. I don't know. David Lama liked Fall Guys. Yeah, it would be fun to get back to playing that. Damn you for only ever coming out on Windows, Fall Guys developers. See, Saldana, yeah, Corbin just took off like less than a minute ago. Let's see. Beside him, couldn't get a pixel for the 6P because the screen was cracked and it was pretty dinged up. Yeah, that is one thing. Google was weirdly unwilling to do replacements if there was damage. And I guess I kind of get how that happens, but at the same time, it seems odd. See, Saldana, you always get back when he leaves. Well, he leaves usually, I don't want to say that consistently, but he usually leaves right about this time. So if you're coming back from work or classes or anything, I could see how that happens. Anyway, so let's see, where do we go from here? What topics are we gonna hit? We spent a lot of time talking LG. We spent a lot of time talking Samsung. Somehow got onto Kevin Spacey, racism, founding fathers, and other stuff. How do we follow that up? We could talk restricted networking mode. Because that, of course, is a thing. Let's see if this window capture is even in the right place. It's close enough. So, as you guys feel free to start suggesting a few topics, but I'll actually do a quick thing on this. If you hadn't heard, there were some AOSP submissions that brought up something called restricted networking mode. Now, if you go digging into this and look at the details, there's mention of a new permission, and this is a signature permission that basically gives certain system apps the ability to, when you're on. Sorry, I'm starting this off poorly. You can turn on a restricted networking mode that basically will prevent anything that is not either given this permission explicitly by how it is signed and set up, or through a whitelisting or allow list, if we're going to be politically correct. I'm trying to explain this, and I'm trying to think ahead while also thinking about what to say right now. Basically, what it sounds like is a special mode. Probably, think of it kind of like airplane mode, but you'll be able to turn it on and immediately go to having all apps blocked except a small set of them. It will allow certain system apps to communicate, and there will be a firewall that limits all other apps unless they are whitelisted. At least that's the way it sounds. There's no specific clarity on this yet. This is sort of like looking through a window and seeing one room when there's an entire house that could make up this whole feature. But right now it sounds like something where it'll be sort of more of an exclusive mode. Now, how that can be useful and what scenarios it's useful it has not been discussed yet. But it raises the possibilities of kind of like something that lands between your typical airplane mode and just sort of free connection for anything that wants to connect. Let's see. Curvy Mermaid, I should have you on for politics. We'll see. One of these days, I do want to think about opening up some sort of wider discussions. Let's see. Developers aren't going to like this. I don't know that I agree with that yet. We're going to have to see what developers get to, what sort of impact this has on developers, because I think most developers actually aren't going to care. Because in many ways, I think that this is a lot like having a, again, I keep coming back to airplane mode. I think this is going to be so much like in airplane mode, and developers don't really complain about that. For some reason, blogs collectively decided today is Android 12 rumor day. Yeah, that happens. See, Saldana, basically non-system apps might get a network permission. Okay, so as far as the permission goes, just to be clear, the permission is only going to be on system, or it can only be used by system apps and OEM apps. It's what's known as system or signature. And strictly speaking, there's a way signature happens. It's a little overcomplicated, but yeah, it basically is just going to be the apps that come pre-installed on the phone. And B-Slide mentioned don't like system apps getting a free pass. To be clear, this isn't going to be all system apps, and it isn't really a free pass per se. What it's going to do more likely is, when we're talking about system apps that are going to have this permission, think of things like the time and date clock. Think of things like network and firewall management. Think of the things that are basically critical to networking and system operation, not the things like, we'll just say Google Photos or, the other pre-installed apps. Those aren't going to be included in this if it turns out the way I think it's going to. I think when they're talking about system apps, it's literally just going to be, again, like time and date syncing. I don't think it would include the Play Store. I suppose technically it could, but I highly doubt it. I would say don't even think about the stuff that is an actual app on your phone, in the sense of something that you can launch and run. Think of it more as services that they happen to be packaged as apps, but they're more like core services. Let's see. Saldana, I think OEMs might have something like this implemented, right? It's possible some OEMs have it. I'm not sure. And yes, Play Services would definitely be one of the things that has to have this permission. Because Play Services, specifically for, not for all apps, but for notifications. So in other words, imagine, okay, and this brings up a good scenario for how this would be useful. Imagine for a second that let's say that you go into a business, or maybe you travel to, we'll just, for giggles, we'll say maybe you travel to China or something. Or anywhere you go that you don't want somebody to be able to snoop on your communications in any way, shape, or form. Or maybe you have to use very little data. Then what you might do is turn on restricted mode, and you have basically almost none of your apps whitelisted. Maybe you have like one critical app whitelisted. Maybe you've got like a chat app whitelisted if you need to communicate, sort of a thing. But you have everything else turned off. So syncing with Google Photos or any other photos service, that would be off limits. You wouldn't get app updates. You wouldn't get, I don't know, go down the entire list of all the things that are non-critical. your phone would still be able to work, and Play services would obviously still have permission. It would be one of those apps that's got this permission. So you would still get notifications through the standard notification system, but the apps that are getting those notifications would not have internet access. So they would, you know, they'd be able to show you the notification, but wouldn't necessarily do background downloads or cause any other side effects that would possibly use up data or cause possible problems or open you up to snooping, anything like that. That is the way that I see this working. And again, this is obviously just guesswork right now, but it's the thing that makes the most sense to me looking at what's in there. And I read through the Garrett comments. They're not particularly helpful, but they do line up with this pretty well. Let's see, you've seen screenshots of it on Oxygen OS, you believe? Yeah, I honestly don't know if any OEMs have this, but it would make sense. It's honestly not even that hard of a feature to implement. Don't care if you have ads. Let's see, they'll just require internet connection or the apps won't work. Apps already do this. Are you talking about in One UI or? Because obviously, yes, some apps have police themselves. There are plenty of apps that actually police themselves. Google Photos actually being a pretty good example of one. But there are a lot of apps that don't try even a little bit to police themselves, and that's kind of the problem. And a lot of people have brought up like historical complaints about we'll say chat apps that maybe might be based in countries that people don't feel comfortable with, or chat apps that have very low security. WhatsApp being a fantastic little example of that one. These types of apps, maybe you don't want them having the ability to communicate when you're not actively using them. So in theory, maybe you could turn this on and use it as a way to limit those. Though you'd have to whitelist a lot of other apps in order to make that not too big of a hindrance, so who knows. And how this will work, we don't know. There's so many possibilities for how this could be implemented. It's entirely possible that this will turn into another sort of live, how do I want to say this? Sort of live permissions in the same way that you get asked about location. Every time the phone asks you, do you want to allow this app to have location at all times, just when you're using it, just this one time, not at all, things like that. Imagine if you had something similar to that for networking. But in this case, it might not run through the permission system. It might be running through a firewall app that you open up from settings. And at that point, you can say, hey, I want this app to have internet access right now. And then maybe in 15 minutes, you're saying, you know what? This app shouldn't have it anymore. I'm going to turn off this app's access, but not any others. We don't know what this is going to look like from the user perspective. We only see what the plumbing is like from the implementation standpoint. So right now, the only thing that's really fairly certain is you'll be able to there will be a firewall app. It will control what apps can get through. It will not be able to control all apps. It will still allow some system and OEM apps to have permission to keep transmitting on even when restricted mode is active. But we also don't know which apps those are going to be. And obviously, since OEMs can kind of do what they want here, they could obviously break a whole bunch of other stuff. Let's see, Cecil Donna, I meant like devs have ads in their apps. They're not going to like it if you're able to just block internet access. Yes, that's a valid point. And in a funny way, this actually, well, I'll bring that up in a second. But yes, that's a perfectly valid point, and there are some cases where that's going to be a problem. In practical terms, a lot of apps already have internet requirements while they're running, so for those, that you'd also be shutting down that app. I have a funny feeling that the solution to this is going to be some apps are probably going to have to some apps and ad networks are probably going to have to start pre-caching ads. That might be one solution to this. I have a funny feeling that this is one place where Google is going to possibly take advantage of it, because I don't know how much, but I do know that their ad framework does partially live in Play Services, so I wouldn't be surprised if, since Play Services will keep its connection, maybe Play Services can still contribute ads. I don't know if that's how it happens, though. I think they're the part of the ad network that's in Play Services, I believe, is only the portion that enables the APIs and manages some security. I don't think it's the part that actually is responsible for ad downloads. I think that part lives in the SDK that they include, or that you have to add to your app. And if that's the case, they wouldn't work around it this way, but you never know. Let's see. Games that have no internet functionality but require a connection already exist. Oh yeah, there are a lot of games like that. And for what it's worth, well, when it comes to paid games, there's actually a whole thing having to do with license checking. That could actually become a bit of a issue from time to time. Ads cache when you have a connection. It depends on the ad network. A lot of ad networks do cache ads, yes. Not all of them do. And even if they do, the one problem with an ad network caching ads is what happens when you run out of cached ads. At a certain point, you still have to connect. And if somebody were to leave restricted network mode on 100% of the time, I mean, like they just decide, you know what, we're never leaving this mode. Anytime I want to allow an app to connect, I'll turn just that one on manually. If that happens, a whole bunch of apps would not ever connect to the ad network again, and the ads that were shown will never get credited, and the app in general just kind of gets screwed. I can see that happening. And if it does, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, just a hunch, I have a feeling this is something that has probably been considered. And if it hasn't been, I bet it will be a big issue when this goes into developer preview status. Every ad network is probably going to be screaming bloody murder about this. By the way, don't forget, none of this stuff is permanent yet. This feature may get implemented, but how it actually gets carried out in phones, none of that stuff is permanent until Android 12 finally launches late this year. So there's a lot of time for things to get turned around. But if that happens, I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least an API where at a bare minimum, this is a bare minimum solution. I think apps would at least have the freedom to check an API, see if restricted mode is on, and turn around and say, whoa, hey, you've had restricted mode on for way too long. We rely on ads, and we're going to shut down functionality until you allow us to talk to our ad servers again. Or, you like, maybe some apps could then be in the position of saying, look, we'd really appreciate it if you'd turn us back on so that we can get ads. other apps would just straight up block you and say, look, at this point, we feel like you're pirating our app. You just get the same ads over and over again. I mean, yeah, if you're... Oh, B-Slide, I think you might be a few minutes behind, possibly. But yeah, if you're getting the same ads over and over again because they're just cached, that's okay, but... I mean, that's a crummy experience no matter what, but the problem is the ad network is not giving credit to the app developer for those ads being shown. That's the issue there. Play services will handle crediting. That's only true for AdSense, though. If you are, I mean, I'm suddenly drawing a blank on, let's see, ad networks for mobile apps. Let's see, top ad networks. Just for laughs, we're gonna... Featured mobile app networks. Just out of curiosity, does this mention AdSense? It doesn't even mention AdSense. I have a funny feeling this is probably not. Oh, Google App Campaigns. Interesting. I'm not even familiar with that one. Zucks. Yeah, these are all ad networks. They're not going to be able to operate through Play services, most likely. So if you're... Oh, Tapjoy. Eesh. Cringe. Yeah, but this is the issue. If you're running ads in an app and it's not Google's, AdMob, that must... I guess they must have rebranded to AdMob. I thought it was still AdSense. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. Anyway, yeah, if you're doing ads through these services and they don't have direct Play services integration, then that's a problem. Beside him, this has antitrust implications. Yeah, and that's what I was getting at before. Is this would be a really big deal if Google were to have a way to sidestep this, and ad networks would lose their crap over it. They would be calling fouls so quick, so loudly. Austin and C. Saldana just answered this, and I agree. Yeah, Dev Preview 1 next month, almost a certainty. The only way it's not going to happen in February is if, due to pandemic and everything else, if that happens, it could be delayed till March, I guess, but I think it's a pretty safe bet. We're going to see Android 12 Dev Preview probably within... My guess is within 4 weeks. Possibly sooner. Well, I guess within 4 weeks. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Where is... Okay. Also, IO 2021 announcement should happen soon. It should, but I think we're in that stage where Google may not know what to do about I/O, because we still don't have a realistic rollout schedule for the vaccine, and Google is in a position to... Because remember, I/O typically happens in either May or sometimes June. I think the latest they held it once was early July or something. I'm not even sure on that. Let's see. Google I/O. Okay, here are dates. So May, yeah, always May with a couple of Junes. So will there be enough of a rollout of the vaccine? And keep in mind, this is a big thing to remember. I.O. is attended by a lot more than just people from the US. So people from other countries are also going to be pushing pretty hard to come if there's a physical I.O. So my hunch, such as it is that they might not be rushing to hold I.O. this year. They could delay it. They might just do another virtual I.O. I don't know yet. We'll see. You're saying it's definitely going virtual. I tend to agree. I think it is probably going to be virtual, but I'm not prepared to make any guesses yet anyway. Most Google employees will not return to work until September 21. Okay, I mean, yes, that part's definitely true. I know they said that. I feel like there's a lot of we'll sees that are going to come with this year. I think that a lot of so when Google told employees that they weren't going to come back to work or be expected back in the office until September, the reason they were saying that had less to do with safety plans and more to make sure that everyone could make plans about their home working situation with the confidence that it was going to last for a period of time. So in other words, if you're sitting in your office and like your office was converted from your kid's playroom or something, like you were just kind of taking it over. If you were thinking, hey, I need to remodel this room so it can actually be an office, now you know, hey, I don't have to go back to my office at Google until this time. I can say it's worth it or not worth it to me to make that decision. That's, I think, why they gave September as a target date, because it is well past where everyone expects most people should be able to go back to work. But, you know, anyway, I think that's the logic behind that, not as a safety issue, which is why, going back to I.O., I'm not prepared to write off the possibility of an in-person I.O. I think it's unlikely, but yeah, I wouldn't take the September thing as a reason to assume anything else. Let's see. Okay, reading through. Yeah, and regarding the AdSense, AdMob, and they had at least one other name at one point. I forget what it was now, but yeah, one of them is AdSense is what pays. That is the name of the thing that you work with if you created something that you're going to put ads into, whether it's a website, an app, something like that. And then AdMob is the name of the thing that does the actual displaying of ads. Because they have to put two different names on stuff. It's Google. Beside me, skipped ahead, pause for a few minutes. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. Google AdMob is a mobile. Yeah. Oh, wait, is it now split so AdMob is the mobile advertising platform and AdSense is for the web? Okay. Then what was the thing for... I don't care enough to look into it. Let's see. But yeah, anyway. All right, cool, I'm caught up. But yeah, my hunch is we're going to see... I think it's going to be virtual. And if it's virtual, honestly, who knows what kind of presentation they're going to give. AdWords. That's the name I was stuck on. Okay. I hated that name. I'm good with the fact they rebranded that. That may be one of the few Google rebrandings I am super happy with. Because I hated that name AdWords. It was dumb. It made sense back in the day when you bid on just like specific words and it had nothing else going on. Yeah, ad manager marketing platform, that's at least that's different though. But yeah, I'm baffled by their so many of Google's branding choices are horrendous. But anyway, let's see. But yeah, going back to this feature, in all likelihood, I think that if this does have some sort of impact on advertising networks in a way that is potentially damaging, at a bare minimum, I think that they'll open it up so that apps can say outright, look, if you shut off our advertising, we have no way of making money. And then developers can make the decision if that's something that they want to react to. If they want to like strictly say, no, you have to turn our internet connections back on, or we're going to ask you to, or some developers will just be like, yo, if you don't want to give me money, that's whatever, cool, and then they'll just ignore it. And there are definitely developers in all these camps. I mean, I can think of one I won't name, but I can think of one right now who has said flat out, he literally put ads into the app not to make money, but because he didn't know what to do with some of the space in the app. The app did not take the full screen, and he's like, there was white space. I did not want to leave a bunch of pointless white space there, so I put in ads to fill the space. Which I would argue the white space would have been preferable, but hey, each to their own. I'm not sure, but if I remember, I think he actually donated all of that money to charity that for a year or something like that. And I'll have to ask him about that again. Could have put in cat pictures. That would have been awesome. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he, at least for 1 year, all the money that he got out of ads from that app, I'm pretty sure he gave to charity. I don't know if he told people that. Anyway, doesn't matter. Regardless, yeah, there are different things that people do to make this work. Oh, I just remembered something. Speaking of apps, I need to make a note before I forget. I started work on a Mac app that a Mac utility that actually I could eventually make into a Windows thing someday, but I'm not rushing on that. Let's see. I thought of a feature last night right before going to bed, and I want to make sure I get it in before I forget. Okay. Cool, because if I forget that, I'm sure it'll come back to me, but it'll come back to me after it's a pain in the ass to change anything. And it's not far enough along that, I mean, I could tell you what it is, but it's not far enough along that I can show it off yet. It's a file renaming tool. I've looked at all the ones that exist in the App Store, and none of them. I've been using file renaming, like mass renaming tools, for ages. I've actually written one for Windows years ago that I wonder if I still have the code for. I'm sure I do. I just don't know where. Anyway, this is meant to be, without going into detail, because once it's ready, I'll show it off. But this is meant to be useful for really fast, convenient operations. It's also meant for hardcore power user situations. It's actually going to be good for both. Whereas everything I have seen on the Mac App Store is either terrible, really generic, or it's really focused on one particular type of use case, not good for multiple use cases. And I came up with a way to make something that's great for everybody. So hopefully it'll also be good for sales in that sense, because I'll definitely sell this. Let's see. Beside him, I don't see use case for nearby sharing Wi-Fi passwords. Would be useful over QR. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't read that in the right order or tone, whatever. Beside him says, I don't see a use case for nearby sharing of Wi-Fi passwords being better than sharing via QR codes. The first reason that comes to mind, well, I don't have actually a great reason for this, but I can theorize maybe one reason. If you wanted to, okay, actually I can think of two, but I admit the second one is silly and only relevant right now. And I'll say that one first. Nearby sharing, don't laugh, because I know you're gonna want to. Nearby sharing technically makes social distancing easier, because if you're sharing by QR code, yes, you could hold your phone like this at a distance, and someone with a decent camera would be able to read the QR code, but it's not going to be great. Whereas nearby sharing, you could share from across a room and you're good to go. So there is, I think, a pretty reasonable argument that QR codes are technically do require you to get closer than your 6-foot recommendation. Let's see. Nearby share, doesn't nearby share work like, I don't want to say Bluetooth range, but isn't it? I mean, I've used it with people before, and it's good from at least a decent distance. I wouldn't say right next to each other. Let's see. You think with nearby share it's easier since they just tap the notification? Okay, so the second thing I was gonna say is nearby share, and admittedly I haven't really tried this. I wonder if it's funny because of how little I have used nearby share ever. I'm gonna really quickly see if I can share a file, because I want to see the interface for this really fast. And I can't think of anything else to share other than a file. I guess I could share a contact. That would make maybe a little more sense. If I can find my contacts app. Where did I put contacts? Huh. I thought I still had that up front and center, but we'll just drop into here. Sure, we'll share this one. Okay. Um. Well, yeah, I have an app drawer. I normally put my contacts app on the actual launcher screen. I guess I took it out for some reason. Hmm. Oh, let's not do that. Anything with that phone. That'll screw up what's on. What I'm looking for. Okay, maybe this isn't a good scenario, but what I'm immediately thinking of is with nearby share, it might be plausible that if you wanted to share Wi-Fi details with like a room full of people, I'm not sure if you could do this or not, but I tend to think, and maybe it's not possible, but I thought it was possible. Yeah, I think if you're in a room and you wanted to share Wi-Fi details with, let's say, 50 people, instead of having 50 people all pull up their yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Instead of having 50 people all pull up their camera app and one by one they all cycle around to, or maybe even 2 or 3 at a time, get close enough to scan the QR code. Instead of having just 1, 2, 3 at a time, I would think that you could have a bunch of people just get around you and do a nearby share to all of them. I don't know if it works that way because right now it's unpredictable. And I think it doesn't want to share between phones so much because... Actually, I don't know why. Let's see. But yeah, my biggest and best guess is it's probably got more to do with, not more to do with, but it might be an easier way to share with lots of people, or it could be a good way to share if I don't know. I don't have any immediate solutions that are better, but that's one that comes to mind as a possibility. Let's see, Saldana. QR codes are easy too, but some people get confused when you have to scan something to join a network. Yeah, though that being said, man, if they... you know what I really wish? And I know that this might sound a little weird, but I really wish Wi-Fi routers... I think they either need to start shipping with NFC or a little tiny, like... I don't know, like a e-ink display or something like that, where you can just put a QR code right there on the network router and people can walk in and just scan it. This is something that I think every Wi-Fi router needs to have. It's just a quick and dirty way that you can scan something or touch your phone to it or something and just instantly have Wi-Fi access. Because I can't count how many times I've been to someone's apartment or I've walked inside of a company and they're like, oh yeah, you're not going to get cell service in here. You're not going to, or like if you want to use the Wi-Fi, go ahead. Like, just make it easy. Don't make people type in a password. That is the stupidest experience you can have. Just put out a QR code that somebody can scan right away. If I ever had guests over to my place, pre or post COVID, I would just print something out. Just print something out, put it right on, like right inside the door, or next to the couch, or I don't know, something like that. And on the back of the TV remote, you'd never lose it. Just put a freaking QR code somewhere that people can scan, or I don't know, an NFC tag would work. This is possible. Any of these options work. Let's see. Okay, I'm just reading down. Oh, and something in Discord. Uh, 9 to 5 says a 1 foot distance requirement. Yeah, but, or rather, sorry, they say there's a disclaimer. Yeah, which, okay, disclaimer is what it is, but wireless doesn't necessarily end at a short range very well. Beside him, that's what guest networks are for. Yes, but guest networks don't necessarily cover the situation that well. Wait, it's something. Oh, yeah. Sure, we can bounce back to the background. Thanks for reminding me. When I zoom in on the chat and a couple of other things, I lose view of OBS, so I forget what background I'm on. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so the thing about the 1 foot distance, I have a feeling it's probably a bit longer than that, no matter what. And it's going to depend on phone and antenna and everything like that anyway. Cecil, Donna, still have Google Wi-Fi. I'm still using Google Wi-Fi too, and I gotta admit, I'm getting closer and closer to finding something else. I mean, it's fine. It's actually really nice for some purposes, but oh my god. If you lose internet access, it is so stupid. I hate that Google Wi-Fi is so strict about the fact that it needs internet access to be any good. That is the dumbest decision that they could have made. It's not that it stops working, it just, like, you lose so much functionality the moment that happens, and a lot of functionality that would be just a standard local native feature in any other wireless solution or Wi-Fi solution. Asus Air Mesh or AI Mesh, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into the other options fully, but somehow, some way, I'm gonna have to talk somebody into sending me something to try. Damn it. Oh, links. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta say, I do tend to think NFC is a ideal way for I think NFC is a good way for sharing Wi-Fi details a lot of times, like an actual NFC tag put out somewhere. But as weird as this is going to be, most people don't have any concept that you can just buy cheap NFC tags. And because of that, they don't have any idea that you could just do this around your house. As far as guest networks go, not all wireless routers do them, and more to the point, not all of them do them well. So there is that issue. And then, very annoyingly, I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of guest networks still have password requirements. And because they have password requirements, one way or another, you're still giving out a password. And so you still need to be able to give people a QR code or a password or an NFC tag or whatever. And yeah, once you're into the realm of having to give them something, it doesn't matter if we're talking guest network or your regular network. Yeah, you're already into it. You're back to giving See, Saldana, what kind of local network features do you want? So what I'm talking about is, when Google Wi-Fi first came out, local networking basically shuts down if you lose internet. As in, you stop being able to, you stop having access to other devices on the network. Now, they eventually did fix that, so that's been resolved. But there's a bunch of other stuff that, oh god, there's simple things. And even getting into a Google Wi-Fi to make changes to the settings, you can't even do that. Or you couldn't do that. Maybe it's working now. I don't know. There was a bunch of stuff you simply could not do until you had an internet connection restored. And that was insanity making. Yeah, I don't remember what other stuff is still broken. Maybe they fixed all of the big things, but it was really bad. It used to be that the moment that you lost an internet connection, you just literally could not do anything. You would have to just wait till an internet connection was restored. You couldn't diagnose issues. You couldn't connect to anything else on the network. It was all screwed. You think they should also add a web portal? I completely agree with that too. I hate that the app is the only way to manage it, because you have to have a smartphone with you. And not just have a smartphone, you have to have one. You have to have one that already has the app installed. It has to be set up and configured. Yeah, I'm sorry. And what if your smartphone is across the room, or what if it's what if the battery's dead, or you crack the screen and it's not usable right now? The fact that you can't change any of your network settings is stupid. So yeah, I completely agree. I think Google Wi-Fi needs to have some sort of a web portal. Let's see. AI mesh, whole home mesh Wi-Fi systems. Okay. Who knows? Maybe if anyone from ASUS ever hears this, send me one and I'll happily test it out and talk about my experience on the air. Let's see. Beside him, I'd rather buy another standard router, hardwire it, and put it into AP mode, or turn off DHCP. And yeah, that's actually pretty much what I'm looking at doing, because Google Wi-Fi is actually pretty good at just the wireless stuff. And if you kind of use it that way, it's solid. Using a bunch of Google Wi-Fis as just access points is a good way to go. But using it as the router that controls things, little less ideal for me. And this is definitely a situational thing. If you have internet that's a little less predictable, like mine, if you have issues with or even power outages sometimes, which also Google Wi-Fi takes a weirdly long time to boot up. Just as a side note, I don't know what that's about, but it takes way longer than it should. Regardless, yeah, I have played with the idea of just going to using the Google Wi-Fi's as access points and having one central router that gets to be the boss of it all. The functionality in the home app is crappy compared to the Google Wi-Fi app. Well, yeah, that's a given. The Google Wi-Fi app is actually purpose built. The home apps, I hate the home app, honestly. That, I think, when I stopped doing teardowns, that was one of the things I was happiest about, is I got to stop screwing with the Google Home app, because I hate that app. It is a disaster. It is such a mess. It is horrible to look around in there, find anything you want to find, unless it's one of the few things that they put front and center. You're gonna go through hell trying to find stuff. And I don't know if this is still an issue, but organizing things by room, that process was so tedious. Maybe it's better, but I just hated that app. Google Wi-Fi is a router for average consumers. Yeah, and that I do fully acknowledge. I'm not your average user, not by a long shot. Sometimes I think I talk like one, but yeah, I'm the type of person, I absolutely will sit down and I'll tweak and screw with network settings. I like getting into some of the nitty-gritty. Don't get me wrong, I like stuff that just works. I want stuff that's easy to set up and has smart defaults. But if it's something that I'm going to need to change, and a fair things I often do, I want to be able to do that. So yeah, when it comes to a network router, it just makes sense. Google Wi-Fi was a neat idea. It's great for the right users, but it is sometimes annoying to me that I can't go in and do some things that some of the advanced features I'd like to be able to. B-side, I'm firmly against using wireless as backhaul. So on that point, I actually don't. All of my Google Wi-Fis are networked together by Ethernet. So all my backhaul is wired. I'm fully wireless just to the final devices. I gotta say, there is one room I might not do that with. There's one area of my place where it's not that well covered, and I am kind of thinking about just plugging in a Google Wi-Fi there. Let that one be the exception. It can cover just that space and won't have a cable to it, but it wouldn't have that much usage anyway, so that would be okay. Wireless backhaul there would be pretty trivial. Which I know this also kind of technically defeats the mesh concept, but it's stupid that they got rid of the Ethernet ports on the Nest Wi-Fi points. Yeah, I completely agree. B-slide him, you rent and you still run a line. And yeah, by the way, I did the same thing at my old place in Vegas. I had Wi-Fi set up and on both floors. I didn't bother setting it up on both sides of the house, but I ran it on both floors, and I did a really good job of hiding it, but I ran a cable that just separated the two. And it's not that big of a deal. Well, depends on the layout, but it's usually not that big of a deal to hide a cable. Not launching. Oh yeah. Look, I fully agree. I think everything about the new Nest Wi-Fi I think it's a bad product. You gotta have wired network, even if it's just one port. You gotta have it. It's stupid not to. I tend to agree not launching with Wi-Fi 6 is you're needlessly limiting the product. And this is supposed to be a fairly, this is a new product. There's no reason they had to cripple it in this particular way. So, yeah, they screwed up this one. Not even a question. I just realized the arms of this office chair, there's a pretty noticeable indent in the left side. And the right side actually, now, because I kind of feel it, like the back of it, where I lift myself up fairly often, that's kind of crushed down, but the rest of it actually feels pretty puffy still. I think I lean way too much on my left side. But yeah, anyway, there's no question Google screwed up with this product. At least no question in my mind. I'm sure it's fine for some users. I'm not saying that it isn't usable or anything like that, but there's let's see. I'm just quickly pulling these up. And I actually don't remember. They didn't add a microphone or speaker to these, right? These aren't let's see. Oh, okay. So the router doesn't have a speaker mic, but the point is okay. Which that also seems weird to me, but whatever. I mean, and the reason it seems weird to me is most people's places, the point where your internet connection comes in, 9 times out of 10 is like a family room or something like that. So you end up with, in this configuration, you're going to end up with the router is going to be in a place that's actually widely used. Meanwhile, the access points are more likely to actually end up in places that are more sort of conveniently positioned. That doesn't seem like a good configuration. Oh. The goofy dance. But yeah, I feel like they didn't think these products through the way they should have. Maybe I'm thinking of them wrong, but yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, they're still selling the original Google Wi-Fi because honestly, it's probably a better product. Well, that's it. Austin, you think they went with the average consumer who doesn't understand these specs? Okay, I agree with... Okay, so I agree on they went for an average consumer. And average consumers don't understand the specs. To that end, I completely agree. Wi-Fi 6 doesn't mean anything to the average consumer, but neither does any version of Wi-Fi. It just because the consumer doesn't understand it, though, doesn't mean it wouldn't have been a good thing to include, because at a bare minimum, you could have made by supporting Wi-Fi 6, they could have cleaned up the Wi-Fi range a bit, made it so you're getting faster connections inside your house. No matter what, that would have just been a better solution. The consumer doesn't need to understand it; they just need to benefit from it. And when I say I think they're screwing up, part of it is I think they needed to have an Ethernet port, and yes, that's something most people don't care about these days. But for certain products, it makes sense. And certain situations, I think about, for example, what was it? I think the original SmartThings hub, I think that required Ethernet. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it did. I could be mistaken over that. But every once in a while, there are things that do need Wi-Fi or Ethernet, for whatever reason. And I think it would have been a good thing to include it. I also, again, I think part of their screw up with this is, and it, it's the image right above me, the router, which again, I feel like that's the thing that's going to be sitting in your living room, your family room. Maybe it's somewhere else, but the place where internet comes into your apartment or house or whatever, 9 times out of 10, it is a common family area. And that's a spot where they should have a speaker and Google Assistant. It doesn't make sense to me that you're going to have that one device not support this stuff. And then most people, at least when I think about how most people I know would lay things out, or I'm even thinking somewhat about myself here. All the other places where I want to put a mesh access point are spots that I don't actually want to have, or I'm not as likely to care about having a Google Assistant like speaker, or just an assistant, not necessarily like a speaker, but let's just say Google Assistant access. Because elsewhere in the house, I'm more likely to kind of hide this thing somewhere where it's out of the way. Anyway, so yeah, I when I say I think that these are mistakes, I'm not saying that the product shouldn't exist. I'm saying they should have been thought out better. Let's see, so the comments from earlier is there are also Nest speakers, and the Nest Wi-Fi points have assistant functionality. Yeah. Just in case it's not clear, I'm saying the router itself, I'm pointing out that is lacking assistant, but the points that are all supposed to connect to the router, those do. And when you come down to this slightly lower screen, they're very much highlighting that the router is the thing that has, like they're making it fairly clear you got to have a router, but then you can add as many points as you want, or something to that effect. I don't know if it actually says specifically that that's the case, but I'm assuming that you're required to have the one router, at least one router. I don't really want to go digging through all of this to figure out for sure, but I'm going to assume that's true. We'll leave it on that for the moment. Let's see, B-Slide. My brother is an electrician. I'll have him fish the lines. You terminated them and put the box in the wall with keystones. Just ran it along the cable coax. I've even used the coax to fish the lines. Yeah, makes sense. Yep, it's like the Air Force designing a cockpit for the average human that actually doesn't fit most people. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, sorry, I'm just reading down through these really quickly. For the places I have my Google Wi-Fi points, I wouldn't need the assistant functionality there either. Like, I have one in the kitchen, but already have a Nest Hub Max there. The main routers in the media closet. So, yeah, for my place, the internet connection originally, many years ago, came in at the same place as the phone connection, which it is in the living room, but it's in the living room right like at the door to the kitchen. Anyway, that's one place where that's one of the places where it ran through. At that time I was running Ethernet over along one wall because I needed to put it would be so much easier if I could draw a picture of this. Anyway, I needed to put something next to the TV for I was putting a set-top box next to the TV that had Ethernet connection, and right alongside it I put a wireless router, and that covered a good portion of the house. Then I ran a cable down a hallway, or through the kitchen, down a hallway into my office for the other portion of it. When we changed internet providers, the line in also changed to a new spot. And that one now comes in. It is still in the living room. It's closer to the TV, and I've just reused all the lines that I already ran. So the thing is, every place I can think of, every friend's apartment, every house that I've been through, the places I lived in Vegas, though. Let's see, every place I think I lived in Vegas. Well, no, that's not true either. Okay. In Vegas was a bit of a special situation because we were using cable for the internet service, and I could put the cable modem on any of the cable access points in any of those, or in both houses that I lived in Vegas. I'm ignoring the apartments because I honestly don't even remember how those were configured. But yeah, while I lived in both of those houses, the modem could be put anywhere. So I just picked a room that was the most suitable, put Wi-Fi in that room, and then usually, well, in one place I ran cable so I could set up a second router or second access point. And then in the other place, the final place I lived in Vegas, it was a bit smaller, so one Wi-Fi router covered it anyway. Yeah, every place I've lived, if you have internet coming in one place, though, it's always coming in the living room, or like a kitchen or something like that, somewhere where I would want Google Assistant. And all the other places that I've ever hidden a router, they're always places, every single time, 100% of the time, they are always places that I don't want an assistant device, or I don't care about having one there. I care about having a central location where I've got the best network coverage, not someplace that I can talk to it. Not saying that they shouldn't have assistant devices in the access points, but I'm saying the router. It's dumb the router itself is not an assistant device. Let's see. The main router is in the media closet. Apparently, Amazon lets you buy the Nest Wi-Fi routers in a pack since they don't sell Nest speakers. Huh. Weird. B-side, I really need to upgrade to Wi-Fi 6. I mean, it is fast. So I hear. Obviously, I don't have it on anything, but it would be nice. That being said, I get by pretty good on. I get by really good on what I have. So, this stream right now that you're watching, this is entirely done over Wi-Fi right now. I do not have anything, or well, I actually have. It's funny, totally serious. I have right now an Ethernet cable practically underneath my laptop, but it is not used for streaming. It's used for streaming, but it's used for streaming Stadia. But yeah, I don't need to do the stream over Ethernet. But anyway, so yeah, we probably exhausted this topic, but you only get about 500 megabits per second down and 600. I'm assuming up. And Austin's hoping to get Starlink by next month. Yeah, I don't really... so far, I'm aside from the fact that there are occasional outages and some weird behavior, especially lately, I'm pretty good with my internet. I could be better with it, but... I just saw Corbin's picture. I think he's slightly overestimating how much I care about his audio quality, but you know, cheers to that. It's good to see people upgrading to better solutions. And it's funny now that I'm actually seeing how he's got his set up. It makes me slightly sad that my desk is like super deep. I have tons of space behind my monitor. Like so much so that if I was touching the monitor, like leaning on the monitor, like chest to the monitor, I could only barely reach the back wall behind it. Like maybe not like fingertips necessarily, but I doubt I could put palm to that back wall. He's a real streamer now. For reasons that will make no sense to anybody unless you've seen the show Chuck, that just reading that said makes me both love it and cringe. Chuck, do you want to be a real spy? Anyone who's seen that show, you'll understand why that is cringy. Okay. If you've seen that show past, I think, season 2. Once it got into season 3, it got super, super cringy. Anyway. So, not important. Let's see. What else is going on? Or what else do we have to dig into? Wow. I never thought I'd see this. I just opened up Twitter, ignoring the big part on the front. The trending topics: Michelle Obama and Bush. There's no Trump. There's no Trump. Love it. It's what I like to see. The world is a little better today. Even if, for whatever reason, Bush is in the news. Oh, geez. Okay. Well, really quick. Also, cheers to Bernie for cozy and casual. The man knows how to keep warm. Anyway, not important, but just beside him, what's my quoted speed? I assume we're talking about from a Wi-Fi device, or from a phone, let's say. The thing is, since I'm streaming, I'm not sure what that's gonna look like. But we'll try a really quick one. And wait, actually, let me ask you this. What type of test are you even looking for? Because if we're talking about like just a straight speed test from Google, I've got 79 down and 17 up. Well, 18 up. And again, this is while I'm streaming, so I'm sure a fairly good portion of that is being eaten up. But is there a different test that you're looking for? Let's see. And then Carson, why is Bush trending? I'm looking and I honestly don't know. Yeah, I'm skimming down through this and honestly, I don't really see a reason. It looks like it's just a whole bunch of completely separate random mentions of Bush, none of which are even the same. It's sort of, my honest hunch is it's a whole bunch of people saying, oh yeah, he showed up too. Neat. Because if I remember correctly, he's the only Republican president who's still living. Or sorry, actually, that sentence is actually still true regardless. He's the only still living former Republican president. Because Reagan, I know, has passed. Bush's father passed a while ago. Bush Sr. Let's see. Bush Sr. passed away in 2018. So, wow, weird. I knew I'd heard about it, but I didn't remember it being that recent. Let's see. Okay, B-side, I'm from the ISP. What's the max internet speed? I actually have to look that one up. Give me a second while I pull up the website for that, because I can figure it out by looking at... I have to look at their plans to remind myself. Okay, I believe... okay, should be 50 and 25. Wait. That doesn't seem right. Okay, I must be on the 125. As in 100 down, 25 up. Can I... Actually, I'm going to log into here real quick and I'm going to check. Slow loading. Okay, now... Yep, okay. I confirmed I am on the 100 down, 25 up. Which... that price doesn't match up. Wonder if I got grandfathered in on an old price or something. I'm gonna need to look into that later. Because that would be neat, but at the same time it pains me because I definitely would be... It would be so nice to upgrade to... It would be really nice to upgrade, but I'm totally not going to do it. The plan I'm on right now, I bet it's because I'm not renting the gear. Or something like that. I don't know. I got to figure this out sometime. But it would add, I think, $45 to upgrade to the 1 gigabit down 250 megabit up. And I don't care about the down so much as I care about the up. That's the biggest issue here, is I want to get faster upload speeds, but yeah, not going to happen. Cecil Donna, Trump, and I'm sure that's in reference to me saying that Bush is the only living former Republican president. And if you count Trump as a Republican, no, not a Republican. At least not according to Mitch McConnell. No, Trump, legitimately, I think it would be an offense to their party to keep calling him a Republican. I mean, he's even said he wants to start his own Patriot Party, which, if anyone's been paying attention, is hilarious, because there actually was a Patriot Party for 25 years, something like that. And the Patriot Party was hard left. So, like everything, Trump wants to steal the name Patriot Party from somebody who is adamantly against him. That seems so completely appropriate after the last 4 years. Anyway. Cecil Donna also asks, carrier is AT&T, right? Yes. My cell carrier is AT&T. My internet service is a local, like, municipal kind of thing. Kind of. It's run by yeah, I'm not actually sure if it counts as a municipal, but it's run by a company that is. So I don't know. Anyway, oh, and you're asking about, did I get visual voicemail on my Pixel recently? Hell if I know. I don't get voicemails, like, ever. As it is, I almost never talk to people over the phone. It's so rare. I would say the last time I talked to someone over the phone that wasn't like a, 2-minute call, the last time was probably about a month and a half ago. And prior to that, maybe like 2 or 3 months earlier. I do not have phone calls lately. Actually, I don't even do a lot of texting. All things considered, phone service is almost an afterthought for me these days. Hell, maybe I should really see about just lowering my carrier bill. I don't know if I could really do that very much, but I use almost nothing in minutes and texting. Not that that has any effect on the carrier bill, but I'm also not going anywhere and using data, so I'm not sure any of this is really making much of a difference anymore. But yeah, I don't know about visual voicemail. Let's see. ISP max speed is dumb. Node speeds are no way to sell internet plans. Accurate. Most European countries measure at the modem, not at the node. It depends on your ISP, but Comcast grossly oversells speeds where you live. Yeah, Comcast is notorious for dishonest practices, though. And it's no surprise that they're also a pretty big lobbyist. Real shady company. Let's see. Okay, I'm just kind of reading down through the comments. Curvy Mermaid switching to the People's Party when Town Hall opens back up. Yeah. I'm not going to go so far as calling it a communist Chinese party. I get that that's a joke, but still. But that does strike me as the group that's going to yell as loud as possible but not actually accomplish much. B. Slidem. And yeah, that's exactly it. Same thing B. Slidem said. I'm no matter what, I'm gonna register with a major party, because at a bare minimum, I want to be able to vote in a primary, and smaller parties do not get that. And not only that, but in general, I still find smaller parties to be largely, as much as I would love to see more variation in our politics and less less partisan politics. At the end of the day, God, we're so deep in this rabbit hole. I don't see a way we crawl back out. Austin, your primary vote never counts anyway because you vote so late. Yeah, that's entirely a thing. And primaries, to me, have always kind of been a joke anyway, because primaries don't actually matter. Not in the way that they used to. The issue with primaries 9 times out of 10, and you can absolutely see this in the last primary that we had. Put simply, I would ask anyone how did most people end up dropping out? Most of them drop out due to money. I mean, obviously, a few of them held on really long, but I mean, my personal pick, Beto O'Rourke, he dropped out due to money. Kamala Harris didn't admit it, but apparently her campaign was starting to run fairly thin too. There were Cory Booker. That's another one. He had a nice little spike in money in the beginning, and then right around the time that some of the bigger names started showing up, the ones that held out longer, he just wasn't raising enough money to keep really rolling. And as you go down the list, like half of them really, they may not be dropping out necessarily because they ran out of money, but they weren't going to keep getting support. People weren't going to keep shoveling money at campaigns, so they eventually just drop out. And it's not a good system. So, you know, the money is what controls this whole picture. Which really, if you think about it, that's why the smart thing to do, and I will say this time and time again, the smart thing to do is if you want to run as president, which, okay, this is obviously armchair quarterback of the day moment, but the smart thing to do if you're going to run for president, I swear, is quietly go from place to place. Don't do a bunch of ad buys, don't do a bunch of pushes. Just kind of quietly go from place to place. Try to build up as big a war chest as you possibly can. Maybe even do it for a long period in time. And just tell everyone outright, look, the strategy here is simple. We're not going to waste money on ad buys. We're not going to waste money on this or that. We're not going to campaign hard at the very beginning. We're going to wait until there's not primaries, but we're going to wait until like 2 months, maybe 3 months before primaries. Then we're just gonna blitz. We're gonna power through. We're gonna hit as hard as we can. We're gonna outspend everyone by 2 to 1. And if you can work that strategy, you walk into the primary season with so much more money, so much and so much more interest, because you're the latecomer. You're the one who suddenly got attention on you. To me, that is a strategy that pays so much better than anything that people are going to get by these long drawn out campaigns. If you're out there on the campaign trails trying to bang a drum and say the exact same lines over and over again, you're not getting anywhere. I mean, out of the people who were running to the very end, Buttigieg, Sanders, and Biden, let's see. I think Buttigieg was the only one who was kind of in the early stages. And strictly speaking, Bernie Sanders is always campaigning. But Buttigieg, I think, was the only one who was a reasonably early entrant. Biden didn't show up until much later. People weren't even sure if he was going to run until, obviously at a certain point it's like, yeah, of course we are. And then it happened. But anyway, let's see. Curvy can't vote for most Dems and all Republicans because they stand for their donors and not the people. Austin can't stand either major party at this point. I'm not supporting either one again. And particularly the Democrats' power is so fragile. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not criticizing here. I'm just stating kind of the practical obvious. But the Democrats' power is fragile because every time the Democrats get a little bit ahead, a bunch of people all splinter off into another direction and say, oh, well, now that we're ahead, we need to push everything in this direction. And everyone disagrees on what direction that needs to be. And so then Democrats lose power again. And the Republicans are so laser focused on like three things. It's racism, money, and religion. If you don't stand behind one of those three things, you can't be in their party. Awesome. To be fair, both parties do that. I mean, they both do it, but they do it but one of them is like the master of giving up power. The other one does it, but it's in a different way. The Republicans give up power because, they don't give up power. Okay. So like I was saying, I'll start with the Democrats and come back to Republicans. The Democrats, their process is so much that everybody wants to do their own thing. Everyone wants to have their own working issues. So, this is why, I mean, realistically, this is why you have so many independents constantly running against Democrats. You've got a bunch of people who are like Green Party. You've got, oh God, I can't even think of the names of the others. But a lot of them are very focused on their specific things, and they end up just splintering attention pretty heavily. When it's the Republican Party, what's happening a lot of times is you have, and I'll use the Tea Party as a perfect example. The Republican Party fights it out at the lower levels between all of their little sub branches. But once they get up to higher levels, everyone is really good about falling in line. And where they don't fall in line, they get consumed by the party. This is why, like, the Tea Party was this crazy offshoot that originally had very little power to it. And they started emphasizing fiscal responsibility. That was the Tea Party's whole thing, is let's be fiscally responsible. Let's never raise taxes again. Let's have fewer taxes. Let's have smaller government. Which, of course, sounds like a Republican thing to say, but if you look at Bush, Junior and Senior, Reagan, and a whole lot of other Republicans, smaller government was never actually a thing they were trying to do. And taxes wasn't really a thing either. But I just realized, gonna have to fix that. Anyway, by the way, I also saw the comment, not all Republicans are bad. I'm not saying they're all bad. I'm talking about the parties. The parties which are objectively just businesses. That believe me, I'm not pinning down that every Republican, anyone who votes Republican, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not even saying all Republican politicians are bad. Look, I'm not gonna call him a saint or anything, but I would say Romney is not the worst guy out there. McCain, outside of his crazy crackpot run for president, generally speaking, I thought McCain was a pretty decent guy. Hell, even Bob Dole had his good moments. But, you know, you can also point to the party line and towing the party line. When you start pointing to the leadership of the Republican Party, McConnell, for example, bad guy. Straight up, no questions asked, bad guy. You can also look at some of their stars. Tom Cotton being a choice example. Marco Rubio, and Lindsey Graham. The list could obviously go on and on and on. As you go down the list of their top leadership and their celebrity status members, a lot of those are pretty bad dudes. Anyway, as I was saying, a lot of Democrats, what you'll end up seeing, and we could obviously use, I can never remember this guy's name, but the guy who's running against Nancy Pelosi, or was running against Nancy Pelosi, that guy, they did a lot. And if I recall, that guy was about to try to get on the ticket, even though he was going to try to run as an independent because he couldn't get on as a Democratic ticket. So he was just going to try to run against Nancy Pelosi anyway. And then if I recall, he backed out at the last minute or something. That's the problem. When Democrats disagree, a lot of the times they'll just keep fighting it out and end up hurting each other in the process and just basically handing elections back to Republicans. Or sometimes even a random independent here and there. And like I said, Republicans, and I use the Tea Party as that example, the Tea Party, man, when Tea Party leadership started coming up and running for office, they would fight that stuff out in a primary, and then whoever won early on, the Republican Party's just like, all right, now it's time you take money from us. You're part of the family. And it's sort of like that Microsoft, what is it? The extend. Damn it. I know this stupid phrase all the time and I can't think of it now. Embrace, extend, extinguish. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. It's like how Microsoft would basically like give a hug to any technology or group or anything like that it wanted to be a part of. Then it would make sure that it was involved in everything that was that technology or group or whatever. And then eventually it would take over. And that's what the Republican Party has done with the Tea Party. It's what it was trying to do with Trumpers, and I think has objectively failed at. And in doing so, they corrupt themselves further, as while they're also corrupting that thing that they're trying to take over. So it's two different strategies where the Republicans get stronger when they do this, even if it's weakening them from the inside. And Democrats get weaker because they win way less often because of it. Okay, I need to catch up a little because I'm definitely behind on comments now. Any challenges to the Democrats' power, they will spend more time trying to defeat it than trying to defeat Republicans. Yeah, that definitely is a thing. They're trying to maintain status quo, not bring meaningful change. I think that's wrong. the party, and this is one of those times where you have to separate the party from its leaders. There are plenty of people within the party. You can point to AOC. You can point to, well, Sanders is independent, but you can point to so many people that absolutely are trying to bring change. They're trying to do plenty of great things. The party as a whole does not necessarily organize and structure around that. And yes, that's a problem. But again, we're talking about two very different strategies here. And it is a big part of that problem is you also have members of the party who believe in maintaining status quo and making small changes, while you have other members of the party who think that the strategy is burn it all down today and make it perfect tomorrow. And these two will never work together, or they're not going to be able to work to get anything fully like built out. Buttigieg is a careerist. Okay. I honestly lost interest in Buttigieg a long time before. I saw some of what he stood for, but not much. I so lost interest in him. You could tell. I would say when the primaries were down to just maybe like 10 people, you could tell Buttigieg was not going to be the one who walked away with the nomination. The only way he would have had the nomination is if half of the group had died. Honestly. The only reason he stuck it out as long as he did is because he had enough money to support sticking it out. And I think honestly, he was hoping that everyone else would just keel over. Because, I mean, at one point it was him, Sanders, and Biden. So, statistically speaking, there was at least like a 20% chance that at some point Biden and Sanders would actually keel over and Buttigieg would just be like, yo, I'm the one who's left. So yeah, I stopped paying attention to him. He was gonna lose. There was never a chance he was gonna win the primary. Let's see. Curvy Mermaid, the Democrats lose power because they don't do enough to help the people. They prioritize their donors, millionaires, billionaires, and corporations. See, what you're describing is a politician. And it's all of them. I know that people say that there are independents who don't do this. And I know people point to Sanders. Sanders is the one weird exception. But Sanders has a single vote. He doesn't move the needle other than that. That's the problem. A few, like, you can get one or two, maybe three people here and there who are going to do quote unquote the right thing. But in politics at this scale, you can't make that work. It never works because you have to get a lot of people in agreement, and getting people to all come together and agree on one thing, it means getting people to come together and agree on something. Winning presidency could possibly do that, but you can't really become the president as an independent, realistically speaking. And I mean, hell, even Trump, let's be honest, if the world were correct, Trump would have run not as a Republican but as an independent. He ran as a Republican because that's how you get to be president. And strategically speaking, if someone who is, we'll just generalize and say an independent, but someone who doesn't really side with the Democratic Party so much, if they want to become president, they're going to have to run as Democrats, or they're going to have to run as Republicans. It kind of doesn't matter, but they're going to have to join a party and run. I mean, I'm just speaking the truth here. An independent, I don't see any path where an independent actually wins. Hell, the Electoral College isn't even set up in a way where that happens. Let's see. At least both voting bases feel like they do. Okay, sorry, just had to figure out what thread that was on. Okay, I'm gonna kind of have to rapid fire skim through some of these comments because I know I'm pretty decently far behind. B-slide, I feel like independents are the primary reason Republicans win so much. Yeah, 100%, totally agree. They vote independent until Republicans do enough damage, then vote Democrat, rinse and repeat. Yes, it has happened so many times in history, and it's not like it hasn't happened on the Republican side. There have been, I mean, I'm sure most people weren't alive for this, but I remember Ross Perot. I barely remember that, but I do remember Ross Perot. He was I think, oil billionaire, or at least lots and lots of millions. I don't remember for sure. Ridiculously rich dude. He tried running twice. He actually was, if I recall, he was the most successful independent run in the last century. And there was a lot of theories that he actually could have made it as president. It was sketchy, but it was plausible. And then one of the races he backed out and then rejoined the race and it just completely destroyed his entire campaign. The other campaign, he wasn't getting far enough, so I think he backed out on that one and stayed out. I forget the order of it. I could look it up, but I don't care enough. The thing is, Ross Perot's existence was enough that it absolutely destroyed the Republican vote. And cheers, we got Clinton out of it. But yeah, that was a perfect example. We had the really rich dude who funded his own campaign, and he ran a good freaking campaign. And he was easily more credible than any of the Republicans who were running. And that's why a whole bunch of Republican voters looked at him and said, yep, that's the dude we want. Austin, the Tea Party had huge power in the form of money because there were corporations astroturfing. Okay, so by the way, when I was talking about the Tea Party earlier, I was actually talking more about early Tea Party. In the early Tea Party days, we're talking like small groups of people getting together, and before the Republican Party took interest in the Tea Party, they had no money. It was just random small groups of people getting together and being just obnoxious. And at that time, it was still about money, or like fiscal responsibility. When they started gaining power, yes, a lot of corporations started jumping on the Tea Party and funding them. Very famously, the Koch brothers had a lot to do with the Tea Party's rise. And that's because the group managed to get a lot of attention. And that's when opportunists like Michelle Bachmann and a bunch of other crackpots saw this and said, oh, hey, here's a thing that's rising in power. Oh, and hey, look, they're starting to get some money. So the opportunists jumped on board, and that's when suddenly the Tea Party became like highly racist. That's when the Tea Party started having their weird conspiratorial BS going on, and it just kept getting worse and worse. And yeah, the Tea Party eventually became ridiculously powerful with that money, but it wasn't until they had already kind of started building their base. And it was also the same groups that funded the Republicans who were funding the Tea Party. They were banking both bets. Okay. Let's see. Curvy brought up Shadid Buttar, and that's the guy whose name I was trying to remember. I'd have to I'd have to dig in deep because there was I'd have to go into the details to pull that one back up, but I don't remember enough of it to call out specifics. But that campaign between them was not friendly. Let's see. Austin, the establishment tries to force out the new thinkers. That happens with both parties. The thing is, the Democrats force out more liberal thinkers, and the Republican Party force out more liberal too. You know, that part's true. The thing is, the Republican Party likes... I would say the Republican Party likes celebrities. In my honest opinion, I think the Republican Party has taken the approach, and I know that this is maybe going a little bit of a strange place, but the Republican Party has taken the approach that they really want the rock stars. They don't want... I don't think it's even about so much how people think as they just want to make sure that they keep being able to acquire new Republicans. They want to be able to, of course, keep holding on to the old Republicans. So they'll sacrifice around the idea of picking up the latest trend. The latest trend for a while was the Tea Party. Then the new trend became the Trumpers. And okay, I know this is a small thing, but I just this cable's trapped down. I just looked over at my Nest Hub, and the wallpaper that's currently showing on it almost looks like static. It's ugly as hell, but not important. Anyway, the Republican Party seems to have really wrapped itself up in celebrities. They're pushing so hard at picking up whatever's trending. And whatever's trending brings in a few new people, and that becomes their base. And once those people join, they just don't seem to ever leave, which is the value of radicalizing people. Once you radicalize people, they don't usually turn around and join the other side, which is why I still think of the party as sort of cult-like. It's not in itself a cult, but it uses the same strategies a cult does. Let's see. Beside him. Yeah, even you guys are super liberal in my eyes. It's all about identity politics and individual truths. I will say, well, I don't know how much you include me in that. To some extent, I definitely join the very liberal side. In other ways, I'm sure there are more than a couple people who would really hate the crap out of some of what I've said. I know not all of us agree on stuff. Like, I'm a big believer that big businesses need to exist. I think it's insane that there has become so much of a ideology around tear apart any business that gets too big, because by being too big, they destroy everything. I think that's terrible. That is idiotic to me, because there are some things that can only be accomplished when you allow something to get really big. And I've used the example of Google Maps plenty of times, and Google search is the same. Well, search less so, but a lot of this comes down to the idea that you could never have built something as powerful as Google Maps if you didn't have a ton of money to throw at it and a way to make money off of it. And there are various other things. Like, honestly, I've used the example of smartphone operating systems a few times. You can't have 30 of them competing. It won't work. It is a disaster waiting to happen if 30 different smartphone operating systems exist. But we can support 2, 3. I'd say 4 might even be plausible. But you know, the idea that we can break apart everything out there into these small little pod-sized companies is not going to work. And that's the sort of thing that there are a few politicians who genuinely seem to think every company should be like a couple hundred employees and nothing over that. And that doesn't work. Those are rational, insane people in my book. So, you know, and yes, to some extent I'm exaggerating, but to some extent I'm really not. I mean, I have heard speeches from Elizabeth Warren that make me cringe because I can tell she has never run a business. There's no conceivable way she could have because she doesn't know basic things. So, you know, just saying. And then, you know, conservatives also, there are certainly different degrees of conservatives, and certain things that have become so stigmatized that it's impossible to even narrow down what people are thinking. Anyway, Austin, what do you think is the single biggest issue Biden needs to address? Wow, I'm so far behind on comments. Okay, so I will quickly hit that with a simple answer and then say that, okay, when you say issue, I'm gonna give two answers to this, but I'm sure one of them is not how you intended it. Single biggest issue Biden needs to address: the mere fact that half the country wants to literally kill the other half of the country. That's the biggest issue that needs to be addressed. Right now, that's the issue that needs to be addressed. Yes, it goes above COVID-19. It goes above everything else because, look, if we survive a few more months and we manage to keep people from getting ejected from their apartments, it's not going to change the fact that half of them would rather spend money buying ammunition and guns for a war that they think is coming at any time. So yeah, I don't mean to sound alarmist, but that's it. And I think a lot of that's going to tone down in the next few weeks, but I don't think we're going to see the most radicalized of those people going away. They still have Fox, OAN, and a bunch of other news sources that are telling them scary things. And it's true on the left too, that people on the left have, I'm not going to name names, but I have a certain, I've got a pixie cut in my head right now that needs to probably not be on the air anymore. And, well, I guess that's not really a pixie cut, but it's kind of close enough. My point is, I can think of someone who probably is doing everything in her power to scare anyone on the left as much as possible. And these people should stop doing it. But we are where we are. And too many people are expecting very bad things to happen. And when you expect it to happen, you're going to make decisions to practically make it happen. So that to me is the number one issue. The other number one issue that's actually more of an issue. Yeah, people need money. We need to see that stimulus check going out to people. We need to see, honestly, I think one of the smarter things, we should have started programs months ago that would basically put people to work doing things for the country that are not going to put them in danger necessarily, or as ideally as possible. Basically give people ways to work and make money without necessarily going back to their jobs as waitresses or or I don't know, list all the things that were customer service jobs that obviously were not in operation for the last several months. Because the country could have paid those people to do jobs. That would have been a much better use of time and money. Imagine if for a second they had... Okay, anyway, this is going off into a tangent, but I think the first thing, or the other like issue that Biden needs to take care of, is actually just getting people to a stable place. And that's the big issue. And B-Slide said, don't feel like there's one issue over others. A lot needs fixing and changing, but no single issue stands out. I have to agree with that. You know, there are too many things happening right now, but I think stabilizing a dangerous situation, and I mean that for both of the issues I just described, bringing more peace to the sides and generally getting people financially stable, I think that sort of stabilization is the overall message. It's got to be that. Let's see. Okay, now I'm skimming down. Austin said, I think as a country, economic inequality is our biggest issue. It's also probably the hardest to solve. Yes, that's definitely a problem for sure. I think solving it is actually easier than it seems. Not necessarily for the reasons people would think, but I think there's actually some practical ways to solve that we're just not really addressing. Let's see. Curvy brought up the 15-hour minimum wage and public option administered by Medicare with Biden Care. So as far as the $15 per hour minimum wage, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Because a lot of times that's actually really harmful to smaller businesses and big businesses. Honestly, big businesses typically benefit more from an increased minimum wage. They hate it. Obviously, they hate it, but they usually have more room to play with paying employees, where small businesses usually have to just cut back on employees. Which is unfortunate. It sucks, but that's usually the shape of it. So I'm not sure that really changes too much in the grand scheme. As far as healthcare, yes, that just, God, we need to have a public option, like a legitimate one. I live in Oregon, and I'll tell you, OHP is awesome. And I know a couple of other states have something like that, and they're pretty awesome. It's a thing that needs to exist. Let's see. Beast item. The far left doesn't want to compromise. Moderate is a bad word. Everyone, it's weird because if you sit down and ask people, like one-on-one, if you ask people, most people can actually say, oh yeah, you know, I'm kind of middle of the road. I believe a little of this. I believe a little of that. And then you watch how they vote. Nah, they vote just one party. You watch where their issues are. They mostly pick one party, and it's because a lot of times they have one issue or two issues, and those are the issues that the party is behind. But then you ask them questions about the 30 other things that matter, and their responses are always, oh, well, yeah, I kind of believe this, and it's on the other side. And yeah. I think the problem with moderate, yes, the moderate has become a bad word, but I think the problem with moderate in the actual results sense is we have too many people who think just with their emotions on one or two issues, and everything else just gets lost. Curvy Mermaid, we're just the left, stop with the far left nonsense. Look, I'm sorry, but even I agree. There is definitely a far left. I know that there was that infographic that popped up, not even a week ago, that was saying on such and such scale, I forget the name of it, there is no far left. There's a like moderate left, a center, a right, and a far right, or something like that. Or maybe it was maybe there were only 4 categories, whatever it is. Anyway, I know that was a cute meme, but there is definitely a far left. Again, come visit Oregon. You'll find it. Not all of Oregon. Oregon has a lot of far right. It also has a lot of far left. And holy crap, there's a reason why we damn near had a civil war in Portland just a few months ago. Curvy Mermaid, ever heard of MLK's speech on the white moderate? I don't know exactly what that's about. I'm not familiar with that one, but here's that moment that might make someone uncomfortable, but I'm just gonna say, yeah, this is probably a dangerous thing to say, but I'm gonna say it. Just like I'm a white person who's not supposed to have an opinion on somebody of another race in a particular stereotype. Just gonna say, a guy from 70 years ago, MLK. All right, this is me showing my ignorance, but MLK's speech, I'm just gonna go with a rough. Oh, when was that? Okay, I was gonna say the 60s. Yeah. Here's the thing. Maybe a guy from a speech from 60 years ago that's targeting a specific race, and a political spectrum that existed 60 years ago and not today, maybe doesn't apply today. Not as much. And I don't think he's going to really dictate where things should apply these days. There it is. Yep. Cancellation. I'm doomed. No. Look, smart guy, great guy. He said a lot of wonderful things. But I also don't think he should be... I don't think his words from 60 years ago should be telling white people what they should think or do now. And it's... And when I say that... I don't see all the chat. What do you mean? And this isn't me saying we're white, he's black, he shouldn't have comments on us. This is me saying stop with that separation. That is stupid. We're people. We're just fucking people. Stop trying to separate us. And every time that it becomes an issue of picking on one race in any particular way, it just makes everything worse. And that's not me criticizing you bringing that speech up. That's me criticizing the fact that that this is even still the type of conversation that exists. Let's see, Austin, I think compromise is good, but our current method of rider legislation is not the way to compromise. Okay, I'll agree with that. And one of the reasons why I've said time and time again I'd love to be president is one of the first things I would do is anytime an issue comes up, I would be doing the same thing that everyone criticized Obama for doing, ironically. But at one point, Obama tried calling people from, we'll say both sides, but it was always trying to call in businesses and the people who were working with them who had a problem with how they were operating. And he didn't do it enough. My whole thing is, I want to call in people and say outright, okay, look, you want this, these guys want this, you guys need to find a way to make this work. And once you figure it out, and I'll be here, I'll moderate this thing, I'll make it happen with you. But when you figure it out, you make a solution that works for everybody, then let's pass that thing. Let's make that a law. Because 9 times out of 10, the real problem is everyone wants 100% their way and they're not willing to give anything. And when we're writing laws like that is just dooming us to this whole winner-take-all mentality, and that doesn't work. Especially because let's be honest, if we're going to gamble on a winner-take-all strategy, Republicans are going to win. That's a reality. If you have one group that's laser focused and is going to cheat and fight every battle, and somehow, even on battles that they lose, if they're going to find a way to still win on battles that they lose, and you've got another group that's saying, yeah, well, status quo, let's keep it kind of the same, and a few of them are saying, no, we need to push on this, and a few of them are saying we need to push on that. And they're going to keep losing, and when they lose, they always lose. At the end of the day, a winner-take-all strategy means one side wins, and it's going to hurt everybody else. And usually their own side too, which, go figure. We're hurting ourselves if we go winner-take-all. So we need to have negotiations. We need to find middle grounds. Okay, B. Slideman said those things have nothing to do with each other. I don't know if that's in response to chat or something I said. Where's the Republican in you, Cody? Nice. Austin, 100% with corporations, but they need to get their money out of politics. Let me raise an interesting question. Here's a fun one. Because I think that this is that perfect moment to sort of call out I don't want to say a hypocrisy, but a problem with the narrative that people have. Let's say for a second a company, I'm trying to think of a good example. Let's say for a second a company figured out a way to provide, I don't want to say healthcare because that's too messy. Okay. Wow. I went from healthcare to, I'm actually going to go with something even messier. But man, is this going to sound so screwy. But bear with me. Let's say for a second, a company found a way to make money by saving the lives of black people and keeping them from being harassed unfairly by police. Like I said, messy. And this is a hypothetical. But let's just say a company found a way to make scads of money doing this. We're talking ridiculous money. Not like, oh hey, we collected a couple $1,000s in donations. We're talking this is somehow a multi-billion-dollar company. And they decide, you know what, we want to stake in politics. We're not going to run people necessarily, but we're going to lobby the living crap out of this. Do you still want their money out of politics? Do you want that corporation, that big, huge, powerful house of money, do you want that corporation to say, no, you know what? You guys are right. We shouldn't be involved in politics. We should not be funneling our money into politics. And see, and we could pick lots of other things. Maybe the company found a way to make scads of money by providing free healthcare. Austin says, yes, but what would they be using their political money for? Well, the same can be said for Apple, Google. Some of their political money, I'm not going to say all of it, because, realistically, but a good portion of their money does go towards things that I think a lot of us like. They do push for things. Remember when Google was a fairly big, and I say was, but I'm sure still is, a pretty big lobbyist for net neutrality? Okay, it's not the biggest issue we're talking about these days, but I think it's a pretty big one. How about actually maintaining free speech? That's a big push point for Google. List could keep going. We're pretty good with big corporate spending and lobbying towards the things we like. We're obviously not in favor of the lobbying against things we like. Yeah, there are big spending lobbyists on the other side, and yeah, that's obviously a big problem. But yeah, corporations pay for their interests. Sometimes they'll pay for things that aren't necessarily directly in their interests. It happens. But would you want? When I hear if someone says let's keep the money out of politics, let's keep corporations from spending huge amounts on senators and presidents. My question has to become, well, what are they spending for? What are they accomplishing with this money? Sometimes the money is literally the direct lobbyist approach. Hey, we want you to vote on such and such bill, and we're just going to accidentally leave these tickets to Jamaica, maybe Bermuda. Yeah, let's go Bermuda. We're just going to leave these accidentally sitting right here. Don't worry, they have your name on it. It's okay. No one's going to notice. Oh, by the way, when you get there might be a driver, might have your name on it. You know what? Look, we are not giving you any of this stuff. It's just an accident that this stuff found its way to you. There is that type of lobbyist. And it's buying a vote. It's pushing for a particular outcome. There's also a type of lobbyist that, and I tend to think this is more what Google does from what I've seen. They're not necessarily picking a specific issue. They just want political favoritism. They, if an issue comes up and it could affect Google, they want a few senators to come out and say, you know what, maybe they're not so bad. Let's keep Section 230 in place because it's helpful. Even if the politician doesn't necessarily fully agree with it, that's one of those things. And when it comes down to it, a lot of the money that goes into politics, yeah, it may not be, it may be for unethical reasons, but that doesn't mean that it isn't achieving an ethical end goal. I know that's a weird thing to say, but it does happen. B-Slide, you don't believe that's most lobbying. I assume you're referencing the airline tickets to Bermuda. For what it's worth, I'm sure that's less the lobbying that happened. It used to happen all the time. Now it's less of that kind. Now it's political contributions, and those contributions mysteriously just kind of funnel their way back to the politician. In other words, they're being more subtle about it, but they haven't stopped giving gifts. A lot of that stuff is still definitely happening. More like our interests are aligned as long as we will work to keep you in office. As long as they will work to keep you in office. Yeah, that's definitely true. And that was the second type that I referenced is, we want people who are going to be on our side, who are aligned with us. And yeah, there's definitely a degree of a lot of that. And I think that's the majority of it these days. Though paying off politicians is clearly still a time-honored and well-established tradition. Clearly. There's no question. I mean, come on. How many people paid and just bought their pardons from Trump? But yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of the money that's going in from corporations, it's just making sure that it's fighting two sides of every battle. And it's not necessarily better that way, but I don't see how you take this out. And I hate to say it, but it's the truth. How do you remove that? We exist in a corrupt system, and we're past the point of fixing it. There's no coming back from that. And I can't think of I can't think of a country that doesn't have this exact same corrupt system in some way, shape, or form. Some of them are more straightforward about just buying off politicians. But I would challenge anyone. Name one country that doesn't have some degree of this level of corruption already in place. And if you name one, you haven't read the news for that country, because they're all leveraged to some extent by companies. And I will also say, even if they weren't, let's throw the hypothetical in here. Let's say that a politician went in and they refused to take any contributions from a company. They absolutely wouldn't take, maybe they wouldn't even take small contributions, from any person, no matter what. They are idealists to the extreme. When they're in office, part of the job of every single politician who is in office is to enable a good economy, to empower the companies in that economy to actually succeed. Because obviously, if companies can't succeed in an economy, that it is a failure. That country will become a failure if its companies don't succeed. So what happens if all of their decisions are purely for the people, never ever going to favor companies? And I'm obviously describing a impossible scenario. So, you don't need to pop up and say, oh my God, that could never happen. Trust me, I know it could never happen. But if they're making decisions that are harmful to a company, this sounds like someone who doesn't have the money to run a campaign. That's true too. Depends on how you measure the economy. Well, okay. Again, I'm going for an extreme illustration here, but if every decision they make is purely harmful to companies and only ever made strictly for, I'm going to say strictly for the people, but even to the detriment of companies, every decision is somehow limiting or harming a company's ability to do business. All they're doing is destroying their country. That's what that system equates to. So realistically, if you're a politician and you care about helping the economy in some form or another, the reality is you also have to try to help companies. And sometimes helping companies and helping people work out collectively. You can absolutely do that. I mean, realistically. And I know that this is going to sound crazy, but I think regulating companies, especially when it comes to like chemical disposal and worker safety, I think that is good for both sides. Because at the end of the day, if a company has really lax safety regulations and they're not doing anything to protect their employees, come on. If someone gets injured on the job and it's due to obvious negligence, someone's suing that company. That company is paying out the ass for something. It's harming the company as much as it is the people. So, logic alone just screams. You can make a system that's good for everybody. Sometimes companies are going to have to lose. Sometimes people are going to have to lose. Not everything, but a little bit. And that's what politics is usually about. Politics isn't supposed to be pick who to sacrifice today. Politics is supposed to be about, let's find a working solution, usually kind of in the middle. Sometimes... Okay. So, for illustration points, looking for cable that'll show up on camera. We're just going to use this white cable that... Oof. Man, this cable's getting... Probably not going to be very useful for much longer, but... Okay, as I unwind it. Here's the thing about the political spectrum. So you got one end of the cable. We run it all the way to this end of the cable. It's long. The cable's longer than I would have liked it to be, but sometimes, this is all the way to the people. This one's all the way to the corporate side. Some decisions, yes, you kind of have to work your way down to that middle point, and, maybe sometimes it's a little this way, sometimes it's a little this way. A good politician is saying, you know what? We don't need to be on this line. Sometimes you come up with a decision that's up here or down here. It's somewhere that doesn't require living on a single line. And that's a better solution to handling a lot of politics. And it can find solutions where everyone's a winner. You can't always find solutions where everyone's a winner. And sometimes you find solutions where one side wins a lot and the other side's like, we won a little bit. This is possible when politics are done right. And sometimes the company, maybe the company needs to argue, hey, we really want you to make sure we win in this situation. And a good politician's taking that money and finding a way to make that happen, that everybody can win. How dare I add a dimension to political spectrum? Exactly. And what really drives me crazy is, I bet if you were to ask, if you were to ask some of the people in Oregon a few months back, especially when the Oregon fires started, when the forest fires hit really hard, if you asked some people in Oregon, hey, would you be okay if the violence, if the protests in Portland could stop, would you be okay with black people not getting treated terribly by the police? I wish I was kidding, but I'm dead serious. There are plenty who would say, nah, let the protests keep going. Let's just keep let's keep the police doing exactly what they're doing. I wish I was kidding, but I saw that exact sort of behavior and rhetoric happening on that. People were very publicly, proudly posting on Facebook that they thought it should keep being exactly like it was, if not worse. You can't fix a country when that's the ideology people have. And I know somehow this turned from corporate money back into, wow, we're nearly at war. But, you know, that's a part of it. And corporate money, yeah, it is a problem. It has caused some of these problems. Because let's be honest, private prisons are corporations. They're part of that industry that keeps saying, hey, we need the police to arrest more people. We need to find ways to fill our prisons. Which, by the way, there were a whole crapload of insurrectionists that just offered themselves up as future inmates. Just saying. But yeah, you know, corporate money is evil in some cases. In some cases, it's pretty good. I'm down for corporate money that makes net neutrality actually survive. I'm pretty against corporate money that's saying, you know what, police need to arrest more people. Judges need to throw more people in prison. We need longer sentences. Bullshit. I don't want that corporate money in there. But that's the thing. The corporate money can be good, it can be bad. It's just in how it gets used. So yeah, the problem is most of the time I think we say we don't want corporate money in something because, well, Spaceballs said it perfectly. Evil always wins because good is dumb. And that's kind of what it is, but it's also because good isn't profitable very often. Being the good guy usually doesn't land you as rich. Being the good guy is usually the situation where it's like, yeah, hey, I made enough money that I can survive this month. It's fine. Trump will pardon all the true patriots in 2024. Good luck with that, buddy. I don't know how he's going to do that from a cell, but... And I know he's probably not ever going to end up in prison, but we can hope. But yeah. Yeah, I'm generally of the opinion that corporate money is not evil. It's like, well, it's the classic things. It's the weapon is not the evil thing. It's how the weapon gets used. You could say that about Trump. You could say that, or not Trump. Wow. You could say that about guns. You can say that about money. You can say that about power, influence. If you know, again, well, I know Bill Gates is a controversial topic, but you could certainly name other people who are big believers in philanthropy, and they have the money and they have the influence to actually do good things with it. Money and influence can be great things. There are certainly people out there who well, I can think of at least a few who want to be thought of this way, but there are people out there who are gun owners that they are adamant, very extreme gun owners. And man, oh man, do they want everyone to know that. But the thing is, they can also be those types who are like, oh, hey, there are cougars coming down from the mountains and they're killing all your livestock, and there's this thing happening and that thing happening, and they're maybe harming people. okay, yeah, that same person is going to go out and hunt a cougar that is wreaking actual major problems. Or, ideally they'd maybe find another solution, but let's be realistic. Sometimes populations go into overgrowth, and there you go. David Lama, mad Trump never pardoned me for the Twitch ban. Technically not a federal crime. It was just a crime against sanity. Anyway, yeah, okay. Anyway, so I've beat this aspect to death, but yeah, corporate money doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's just how it gets used. I'd rather see not necessarily money get pulled out, but I would like to see more transparency about who is funding everything. I would love to see super PACs abolished. I would love to see, what else? God, it'd be great if super PACs went away. What else would be a good one? I don't know. I can't think of it, but I would love to see. I would love for it to be possible to witness where basically every dollar is coming from. I'd love it if politicians had to, I don't want to say open up their taxes regardless of who they are, but there should be more free disclosure of finances. Maybe it doesn't need to be public information, but it probably should go through some sort of an oversight. Because, just for example, I don't remember who this was, but there was a judge down in California several years back. And I remember this came up because it didn't get a lot of attention, but there was a judge in California who had a lot of stock in a few companies and ended up presiding over cases involving those companies. And that judge never recused himself or herself. I don't remember. But yeah, that kind of thing. And that's a judge, which technically not as much of a politician, but honestly, I kind of feel they are. Politics certainly come up entirely too much in courtrooms. But that's the sort of thing that needs to, something like, we need to be able to see where there's possible conflicts of interest. And I'm not even saying that conflicts of interest shouldn't be possibly allowed, but it needs to be part of that discussion. Because let's be honest, if we look at some of the weird crap that's happened over the last 4 years, and it hardly even just limited to 4 years, but if we look at it, all of the stuff that's happening, it's not hard to draw a point A to point B line for the special interests that a number of politicians have had in particular bills, or why a bill might have been structured the way it was. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where to go on that. I don't have any good examples to pull from at the moment, but yeah, can you imagine if some of these issues could be resolved by actually being able to see, facts and truth? Not to say that people wouldn't be looking for ways to cheat that system too. I'm sure that, for example, Trump, he would just make a point of not owning any stock in a particular thing, but his kids would, and he would do everything in his power to make that stock go up. It's not like any of this stuff changes. There's always a way to cheat the system and work around it in new and exciting ways. Anyway, so let's see, really quick look. We're almost at 7 o'clock. So ending pretty soon. I meant to do a 15-minute warning a little while ago. That way, come 7 o'clock, it would actually be a clear and safe escape. But do we have any other closing stuff to quickly dig into? Because let's see, there's not. I don't think there's actually that much more to dig into. Oh, let's see. I could do a quick thing on Apple, but Curvy Mermaid, the Cyberpunk 2077 development stuff. What else is there? So I know that report came out, and I didn't really skim the report. But I did look at I looked at the response. Let's see. All right, just quickly pulling up the Eurogamer coverage. It's the first thing that came up in a search. Okay, so yeah, I read the response that he tweeted, this thing, which honestly is just hilarious. It clearly doesn't have any significance to the real issue or report. Anyway, oh man, my voice very suddenly is going. All right. Hey, little more bassy. So let's see. What were their key issues? Problems with the console release stem from Cyberpunk's huge scope, specifically the multitude of custom objects, interacting systems, and mechanics, all condensed into a big city in a relatively loading-free environment. Which, yeah, I mean, I still think that this, when it came to the console issues, and I said this before, I think that was probably the biggest single mistake that they made with this game. The loading issues, or not loading, but the console issues with the PS4 and Xbox One, Xbox One, those were issues. CD Projekt Red should have just not released the game to those systems. I understand why they did, because most people couldn't get their hands on a PS5 or a Series, Xbox Series S or X. If you couldn't get your hands on them, then you might as well sell the game to consoles that were going to be available, which is a terrible strategy. It costs them in reputation in a big way, and realistically, it was a dumb move. It was harmful to them. But I'm sure they did it because I would bet anything, if you went looking into their profits, and I'm just going out on a limb here, but I bet they made probably at least 10-1 profits on those consoles over what they made on PC and Stadia. I could be wrong. They haven't released numbers, but I bet if we look, those consoles outsold PC 10-1, if not way more. Honestly, I think 10-1's low. That's the issue. And obviously they still made a killing, but if you cut their profits by, let's say, even 80%, I bet that game lost money, like by a lot. And that's the problem. You can't release a game if it doesn't, or you can't make a lot of money on a game unless it's targeting consoles. You can make okay money if you're just targeting PC, but it's just not going to move the needle. Not when you've got a game the size and scale of Cyberpunk, when you're paying for a Keanu Reeves voice, and like an extensive voice, and you've been working on this project for 8 years. When you have to pay off those types of investments, this was never gonna be enough to sell just on PC. And when nobody had a PS5 or Xbox Series S or X, they couldn't have made money. It was just unrealistic. Not with an 8-year development cycle and all that they put into it. It was never going to be profitable just on those two platforms. So yeah, I totally get why they did this. I just think it was also really harmful, really stupid. They hurt themselves. Wait for the class actions. Now they have to give out free DLC too. And yeah, as far as the DLC goes, yes, well, have they actually said they're going to give it for free or not? I wasn't really clear on that. If they do give it for free, honestly, looking at how much money they still made even after refunds, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Just a hunch, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think they probably made because they admitted they made better sales than they thought they were going to. So my hunch is they're probably looking at that and saying, you know what, between DLC development and everything else, we're probably gonna make about what we thought we were gonna make, and that's not that bad. And they can skimp on the DLC, do one DLC for free, and then do a second one down the road and charge for that one. They could make that work. I have faith that they'll make this work out. And as far as the class actions, look, the fact that you could refund the game, no questions asked, it's going to be really hard for a class action suit to hold up when customers were freely allowed to just straight up return the game. Now that's for the customers. Investors might be a different story. They could file their own lawsuits. They might get some money. But I don't even see them in that position, because the worst they're facing is making a little bit less than they would have otherwise. I don't think they're gonna make. I mean, the company again made a lot more money than they expected. Let's see. Still make the case that it was misleading. You can make the case that they were misleading. Yes, you could. Sort of a false advertising argument at the least. I could see that possibly happening, but at the same time, honestly, I just don't see class action holding together on this. Because it's basically impossible to prove an argument of damages. Which, remember, class action, a lot of times... okay. Well, I don't want to look it up right now, but in order to win... or in order to even achieve a class action suit, to get it to class status, you usually have to prove that there is some form of damages. And if you're offering full refunds, no questions asked, full refunds, the most you can really prove is that a few people may have taken time off of work. But that's not very many. You can prove a few people were disappointed, or that I don't know, maybe I'm sure some people are going to argue that there was emotional distress over the game. None of this is going to win a class action suit. So I'm honestly not sure if they're going to be able to get very far with the class action. And as far as the DLC, okay, that's awesome. I thought I had heard that they were going to do a free DLC, but I wasn't actually sure if it was official or if it was something they were just kicking around or what. But that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Anyway, yeah, I don't think that a class actions. I'm sure one will get filed, or they'll attempt for it. I don't think it's going to succeed. And if it does, the payout's going to end up being like, hey, we're going to give back everybody a $2 to $5 credit towards buying The Witcher 3 or something. I honestly think that they're going to find some way to wiggle this into it, because this doesn't deserve a class action. Even look, I'm a big believer this does not deserve it. Cyberpunk was so disappointing that I went into emotional distress. The thing is, I'm assuming you watched Twitter or heard about it. There were people who were claiming that CD Projekt Red was evil, that they destroyed people's lives. There were people who were like, oh my god, I took off a week from work all for this. I didn't even play it for 5 hours or something like that. I saw so many of those. And it's like, guys, no. You took a week off of work for a game that, honestly, any idiot could have seen what was going to happen here. You knew it was going to be a buggy mess. Every AAA game that has come out in the last several years has been a buggy mess when it comes out. No one can... Cyberpunk is not unique in this. And plenty of them have scripting issues. And if you're not happy about the story, well, guess what? Plenty of... God, so many AAA games that have come out in the last few years, the story was completely unlike what people expected. Remember The Last of Us Part 2? I remember so many people losing their freaking minds over Abby. They were convinced that playing as Abby for 3 days in the game was the worst thing that could have ever happened. It was a travesty. It was unconscionable that you might not play as the hero? Not really sure who the hero was in that game, if there was one. But that's the thing. People make these dramatic statements all the time, but they're not going to hold up in court. Not a chance. Especially after well, I guess it depends on where it gets filed. But I assume you guys heard about the guy who he sued Twitch because he sued Twitch and a bunch of female streamers because he couldn't help but stare at girls who were somewhat scantily dressed. He was staring at their cleavage and apparently whacking it way too often and way too hard, to the point apparently it bled. So I'm just saying, if the court threw that one out, they're not going to care a whole lot if a bunch of people took off a few days to play Cyberpunk and then were so disappointed that they had to return it for a full refund and find something else to do with their time off. Just saying. Let's see. Getting back into the report. Oh, and by the way, I know that this is a bit of a side thing, but all the advertising for Cyberpunk and everything people have been saying since, I keep hearing that Cyberpunk was supposed to be this massive undertaking. I have asked a bunch of people to explain this. What about Cyberpunk was a huge undertaking? Even 8 years ago, there were games coming out that were not that different from this. I honestly don't understand. What was the big undertaking? What was the huge, oh my god, no one's ever seen a game like this before? What about this game is that? It's not multiple endings. Games have had those for a couple decades. It's not conversations that allow multiple paths. I remember that from old, even like some of the early Final Fantasy games. There were, what else was there? I guess kind of instead of walking up and forcing the start of a conversation with NPCs, this was a little more fluid. But that's more of a feature. A less buggy Skyrim. Nice. But yeah, I can't rightfully come up with any explanation for what it was that made this such a unique game. It's a good game. It is. And it's got some interesting stuff. The combat system is not that different from other stuff I've played. Honestly, I play the combat system kind of the same way that I play Borderlands 3. Except, I guess well, it's kind of Borderlands 3 when I'm shooting, and kind of The Last of Us Part 2 when I'm stealthing and killing. That's it. That's what this is. It does. The thing is, every single thing in Cyberpunk, I can describe it in terms of, oh yeah, it's like this other game that I played years ago. That's the thing. I can't come up with something that seems different to me. The biggest difference, or the biggest, I guess, accomplishment I'd say they had is some characters have sex. Oh my god. Some characters had sex. Yeah, that's the biggest undertaking they did in this. Let's see. All right, what were some of the other things that they highlighted? Okay, a whole lot of stuff about performance. Oh yeah, the E3 2018 demo was almost entirely fake. I've said this before too. And hell, I even just said this about CES. Companies make fake demos all the time. That's not that unusual. The demo that they showed at E3, okay, so it was almost entirely fake. Guess what? A lot of companies have admitted that their demos are literally just that, like small little demos of like projects that will get much bigger someday. Hell, this happens all the time. So the fact that anyone talked that up, that is just stupid. I'm sorry, but that's just it. And if I remember, even in the response, yeah, okay, in the response, it's hard for a trade show demo not to be a test of vision or vertical slice 2 years before the game ships, but that doesn't mean it's fake. Compare the demo with the game, look at the dum-dum scene or the car chase or the many other things. What the people reading your article may not know is that games are not made in a linear fashion and start looking like the final product only a few months before launch. If you look at that demo now, it's different, yes, but that's what the work in progress watermark is for. Our final game looks and plays way better than what that demo ever was. And here's the thing, I agree with this. I think a lot of attention was paid to this fake demo thing, and for no good reason. Yeah, the demo may not have been entirely above board, but it also wasn't that dishonest. So, yeah, I think too much was made of that, and maybe not even by the writer. I didn't read the original Bloomberg report, but I have a feeling that or I'm not sure the writer made that big of a deal out of it, but clearly other people did, and that's kind of the issue. Just realized I could shrink that down a little bit and make it a little less conflicting with the chat. Jason Schreier, author of the report, took to Twitter to reveal more, saying features originally planned in Cyberpunk 2077, such as wall running, flying cars, and ambushes, were all cut during the process of development. I think I'll say wall running is probably good they cut that, because I don't think it would have really been anything special. Flying cars might have been entertaining, but God, I actually can't see flying cars having been a good thing. And the ambush is actually, that probably should have been there, but whatever. And I have a feeling, oh, and this was also in the response. The response said, look, you know, we tried some stuff, it didn't really work, so we cut it out. And I mean, come on, that's going to happen. Even in the app that I'm developing, that utility app I'm developing already, I put 2 nights into it so far, and I've already cut a feature. Because I tried it, I realized, wow, I don't like this, so I got rid of it. It may come back, it may not, but like this is the thing. People need to understand this is how it works. Let's see. Previous gameplay had shown player character V using mantis blades to perch in hard to reach spots before leaping down to assassinate enemies. This never made it into the final version of the game. Really? Okay. I gotta say, the mantis blades, I haven't used them, but I got the impression that it's one of those things that's really cool for 15 minutes and then probably loses a lot of its appeal once you get used to it. Schreier also tweeted to comment on Cyberpunk 2077's disappointing police system, which was, quote, was all done at the last minute. Yeah, I will agree on that. Their police system is, but it's real bad. As evidenced by the final product, it was unclear to some of the team why they were trying to make both an RPG and a GTA with a fraction of Rockstar's staff. One CDPR developer told their manager that they didn't want to work overtime as their CEO. Oh yeah, that part. So yeah, my as far as the staff size, I think there's probably a lot more digging in that could be done on that. But the counter to the staff size is the number of years they worked on this. This project was in development for 8 years. And I bet that that's an overblown story. People say 8 years, but that's since the original announcement, which had basically no details, no information. My hunch, could be way off on this, but my hunch is it was actually more like probably 3 years of planning, sitting down with like a couple writers and not doing development work. And then after some period of time, they're like, okay, we have a plot, we have a style, we have art, we have this, we have that. All right, now let's build it. And I'm sure that development probably happened a lot later than that 8-year mark sounds. But to that point, yeah, I'm sorry. I still think they probably had more development time than they let on. So, I mean, I'm not defending being pressured into working extra hours, but I'm also not that surprised by it. And every company is doing that. It's not like CDPR is rare on this. Anyway, Yeah, I'm definitely not defending that, because it's bad. Being pressured into working crunch sucks. And I say this as I worked a contract job a number of years ago. It was funny because when I first started there, it was actually a really, really short job, all things considered. It was just 6 weeks contracting in the office. And everyone who was working there when I first started, like my first week there, everyone was still doing like 8 or 9 hour days. And every once in a while, a few people would maybe come in on the weekends just to knock out a little bit of extra work, but it wasn't anything special. After like 2 or 3 weeks there, they started pressuring the employees to start working more hours and coming in on an extra day. By the time my 6 weeks were up, they had everyone coming in 7 days a week and were asking them to work as many hours as they possibly could. Over the span of 6 weeks, that happened. Now, for me, this didn't matter because I was getting paid hourly. So I was in the office as many hours as I could be. In those first couple weeks, me and the other 2 contractors, there was actually 3 other contractors, but one of them wasn't part of us. Long story. Anyway, us 3 contractors, we were practically sleeping in this place. We were there as many hours as we could. Nobody was complaining about that because they wanted us working as many hours as they could get us. And then it was only later that everyone else started catching up to us. And all the full-time employees, they weren't getting paid for it. They were just salary, and they were getting 0 overtime. They got no breaks, no perks. It sucked for them. And the funny thing is, near the end of this job, they pulled me aside and were like, listen, we really like the work you're doing. Would you think about coming to join us for like permanently? And I honestly had to fight to not laugh right in their faces. That as I'm sitting there and they're offering me this job, I just looked at them and I told them, look, I'll think about it. I have other obligations I have to consider. And in the process of while I'm saying this, I'm just thinking, you guys, you're working your current staff to the bone, not paying them an extra dime for it. There's no way in hell I would come work for you full time. I'm gonna make, in 1 month, I made more at that job than most of those people probably made in like 6 months, because I was working so many hours doing it. Well, maybe not 6 months. That's an exaggeration, but I made more in that. Well, in 6 weeks, actually, I bet I made more than any of their employees did in 6 months. Because I was clocking up over 100 hours every week. And if you're sitting trying to make sense of that number, it's possible. Just imagine not sleeping a full 8, you shower quickly and then head straight to the office, and you don't stop clocking hours from the minute you walk in that office. You don't stop clocking hours till you're done working, which basically means you leave, go back to your hotel room, and you spend about 15 minutes before you are under the covers and sleeping again. And I'll tell you, for 6 weeks, that's a great thing to do. That is an awesome thing to do for like a 6-week sprint. Anyway, yeah, I'll tell you. The fact that these CDPR employees, yeah, it sucks getting pressured into working extra hours, but they were told 6-day weeks, and they got, let's see, this new compulsory overtime was paid. It's a hell of a lot better than what those guys I was working with had to deal with. They did not get paid for that extra time. So, yeah, I'm just saying, like, this sucks, but it's also not the worst thing that could have happened. Let's see. All right, quickly skimming down for the rest of... Oh, okay, this doesn't cover some of the other issues. But, yeah, when it comes to overtime, I'll sympathize with them, but... And the fact that it... Like, I did that for 6 weeks. 6 weeks, not bad. And, you know, you can... If you do working sprints like that for... If you did it for a week, like, that's just a thing that you tell people about. And maybe complain about for a few minutes, but it's over quick. If you do it for a month, it can wear on you, but it's not that bad. 6 weeks, same story. If I was getting paid that kind of money right now, and I could just work a sprint for 6 weeks, like wake up, work, go, like eat at the office, go to sleep when you're finally done for the day, and wake up and do it all over again, no problem. Happily do it. When this becomes month after month after month, yeah, I can see why that's a problem. That will burn you out pretty hard. Wait a second. In September... Oh, I missed that part. That started in September. So that became 3 months. From September to December. And maybe a bit less. 3 months. That would be a hard work. A 3-month sprint is definitely going to wear on you. But man, I'll tell you, if I'm being honest, I'll take that deal. 6-day weeks, so you're not even working all 7. For anyone with kids, this is going to be a rough deal, or anyone with maybe a relationship that's kind of on the rocks. I can, you know, this isn't going to work for everybody. When I did that contract job that I just described, I was single, you know, I didn't have any kids, no pets, nothing pulling me any particular direction. It was just, hey, here's a pretty high-paying job. Go work. And yeah. Also, how many hours were they asked to work? It's just saying overtime. They're not really mentioning, like, was this 8 hours becoming 10, or is this like 8 hours becoming 16? Because I did 8 hours becoming 16. Yeah, which, by the way, in case anyone wants to do the quick and dirty math, 100-hour week, if you're working it over 7 days, is roughly 14 to 15 hours a day. Which sounds unpleasant. But again, when you're looking at what your paycheck is going to be, it's worth it. Anyway, speaking of long hours, I think it is time to wrap. I see the viewer count actually just dropped off really fast too. So probably legitimately a good time to wrap. I'm going to go rest the throat, which sounds somewhat dirty and salacious in weird ways. But good stretch too. Anyway, yes, so with that, thanks to everyone for coming by, hanging out, giving me some things to talk about. All the chatter that we've had. It was a good time. I hope everyone has a good week. I'll be back Saturday for, I think this time legitimately, I thought I was going to be wrapping up Cyberpunk with this last weekend. That turned out not to be the case, but I think we'll actually finish it up this weekend. So, and I'll figure out what's for sure going to get played after that. Well, Borderlands 3, but after that, it'll get figured out. Anyway, have a great rest of the week, everyone. If you'd like to support the channel, links down below. You know the description. You know the story. Anyway, I'm slightly starting to lose it. Anyway, have a wonderful rest of the week. And damn it, there's our post show. Anyway, good night, everybody.